Well,
Wait,
you can
I
stand.
forgot to
You just
unmute
gotta
the
lean.
microphone. No one
Not
heard
an
any
M&M
of
on
that.
my desk.
Hello, and welcome to Roll4It, the tabletop RPG show where some of your favorite YouTubers and streamers get together to play some awesome tabletop role-playing games. Today we'll be playing Dark Heresy. I'm just moving straight on, like not even blinking.
I thought we weren't recording for a second. I thought we had to restart. I was like, wait, were we not recording for that whole thing?
Nope,
well.
completely live, it's fine. Basically, our illustrious acolytes here are unfortunately the only thing really standing between mankind and the fate of gribbly aliens, heretics, and demons, and it's going to be horrific. They have also
it
apparently...
wasn't as funny the second time round, dude.
Yeah, no.
First delivery was better.
Time, it's fine.
Yeah, first delivery is much better.
Yeah, it's that issue.
I give the
First,
first
like,
a
8 out of
solid
10.
8 out of 10. The second
Second
barely
time.
scraped a 5.
5, 6 in there. I'll give
Well,
you a
in
6.
which case,
I'll
I
be
will mention
positive
then
about it.
live because you mentioned that well, the band have temporarily nicknamed themselves the Cleanup Crew, so you can live with
I
that.
think you'll find that one member of the band has decided that he is basically a space janitor. The rest of the band are awesome
What?
space vigilante cowboys.
I'm
One
the
of
only one
them
that can make the
is
fellowship check
Viseria
to
Cleanup
convince
Crew.
everybody.
Only one.
Like,
Yeah,
you
but
guys
he's
can
already
make the fellowship check.
He's already
We have
called
basically
Vistafin.
been-
He got his business cards. He's got stickers for the back of everyone's jerseys. Everyone's already set up. You can't go back on it now.
We have basically been space janitors for the past 2 weeks, hobbling around. Well, I'm hobbling. You're just walking around this
That's
space
true.
station.
We basically spent
just
2 weeks
clearing
cleaning up
bodies
bodies.
away.
Well, think of the bright. Think of it bright though. You can now park our wonderful ship in any handicap zone you want.
Can I fly it though? Because I don't know whether there's foot pedals in the Sky Beast.
Of course, you can fly it.
I might just have to like have a pole that I poke the pedals with as I fly.
You gotta get it handy capable rigged out.
I
I
don't
think
know
what
if you
you
really
need
need pedals in an advanced spacecraft.
You need Garrett to help you fly. That's what
It
you need.
depends.
Just tell
I mean,
him which
you
pedal
know.
to press.
You
Isn't
say
that the
advanced.
kind
This
of
is
Firefly
the grim
sort
darkness of the far future.
space future, you know?
It's probably got a crank, let's be
completely
honest.
see Wash using pedals. 100% see Wash using pedals when he was flying in the Serenity. I'd be frankly disappointed if he wasn't, honestly.
Yeah. Anyway, so firstly, we have some loads of things to announce. So I'm gonna leave that to Splat.
Yeah, so we've got a Patreon. Everybody should check that out. We used to take tips for the show so that it would influence things, but we found that it'd be a lot more fun if we were able to give you stuff in return for you giving so generously to us. And so now we got a Patreon, patreon.com/roll4it, where you can get bonus VODs. You can vote on the factions that we're going to be fighting inside of the game. You can get all of our character sheets and stuff like that, MP3s of the show, all kinds of cool stuff. So you should definitely check that out.
And we're coming up close on the cosplay goal.
We are.
You just can't wait to throw that Eevee costume back on, right?
enthusiasm?
Eevee?
Oh yeah.
In Splattercat's voice there. Can you sense it? Can you feel the enthusiasm dripping? Practically pregnant, every cell bursting with enthusiasm at the idea of dressing up fancy for every stream.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say that Splat is not super keen on dressing up for you guys. just gonna put that out there.
I
But it's
Had
okay
some
because
things happen in my past.
He's here to suffer for your enjoyment, folks. That's what he's here for.
Also, his costume's going to cost like 8,000 times more than anyone else's.
It's because my
'cause,
character's
like,
rich
he
and
had to-
fancy.
character was all
It's a
fancy.
bitch like that.
He's gonna have to redecorate his whole house.
Yep.
Mhm.
You have to get like those,
Yeah,
those little shale like black and white icon things for your cape.
Hand carved
Mm.
by
You're gonna have
small
to get your-
Peruvian children.
To be fair, at least it's all Peruvian children.
in
Like
a
they're
cup.
cheap. They're cheap. That's fine. That's not a cost.
You're gonna have to get your cats the,
Wow,
the
that's a
lion
joke
cut.
suddenly. Splat's like, why did I go this way? Why did they run with that joke? Damn it, you
I
made
thought it was
worse.
just gonna stop right there and then woo right off the cliff.
I know.
No, that's the point. Like you
You're
go right
thinking-
over the cliff, then you have
Oh.
that whole stop moment. You're in midair. You look down. You go, I shouldn't have done that, and then you
Honestly,
fall.
I think Splat was the person who laid the tracks and then thought, yeah, this is a stupid idea. I'll stop here. But then he forgot that someone else was driving the train. And it was like,
Yep.
oh, wow, this is... Now I'm a party to this.
That is an excellent description. I'm always the person driving the train off the cliff. If you lay the tracks, I will drive. We also have something special happening this Wednesday, Splat.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we do. Apparently, I have apprised the role of Dungeon Master. And so that's happening on Wednesday at 1 o'clock Pacific time. We have like all kinds of goblins and fantasy stuff going on and finger wiggly magic. It's gonna be pretty sweet.
Exactly.
You should stop on in. 2 shows a week. You guys finance this through Patreon, and so we're gonna do it now. 2 shows a week. Let's go.
Is it really finger wiggly magic though, or is it mostly la 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 harmonica magic?
It specifically says that there are both verbal and somatic components. If there's somatic components, you're like oogity boogity 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 boogity. That's how I imagine every time somebody casts.
That's the only thing he ever does. That is the only thing he ever plays on a harmonica.
Yeah.
Yep.
I had a harmonica for a
na.
I am disappointed.
I haven't had a chance to really look it up anymore.
We're gonna have DJ.
He's going to get a little bit better every week. But at the end of it, he'll be the best harmonica player in the world.
Yeah,
then he'll
that
be
is
like Les
exactly
Stroud.
not what will happen. But yeah, I get to be a player for once because Flat's taking all the important like GMing work, and I'm really happy because I
can sense the enthusiasm. He's very enthusiastic about playing.
Yes.
Oh yes.
I get to be a goblin.
I think EE's just happy to not be the GM for once.
That's true.
You found out how much work goes into GMing, and you were like, "There's so much work." And I was like, "I know. I feel you, bro."
I feel better though. I've got like so much content set up now that like it's just there, you know, and I'll just roll with it. After like we did the practice session or whatever last week, it was like I thought you guys were gonna blow through it in like 10 minutes, and it took like 5 hours. So
Yeah. Like, one thing I've found with Dark Heresy is that A, it always takes longer than you plan, and B, because it's over the internet, it always takes longer than you plan. And then it ends up being like, oh, this is totally like a 1 session, and 2 years later.
Oh, and
So,
so
this
warning,
door.
now that Comcast has data caps, my connection has been absolute garbage this entire month. So look forward to some disconnects too. That'll be fun. Yay!
Oh wow, you're on data caps now? Like how bad?
did they do that to Californians too, or did they just get you guys with it? I'm terrified now.
It was a list of like 13 states that they activated on November 1st. So California might have been in there.
Sons of bitches.
So what happens? Like, what's your data cap, and what happens when you exceed it?
Supposedly nothing happens, AVAC. But in reality, what happens is they cut you off, and then they allow you to come back under like $50 per gigabyte or something. Yeah.
Did they just pick, like, the blue states to do that too, or...?
No. It's been planned for years.
Oh. But...
Dicks.
That's weird. This is why I have
Brutal.
business internet.
I get more data on my mobile phone than you do with your landline connection through that.
You don't have to rub it in, man. It's upsetting.
Business internet.
I
keep
think
saying.
I do. I need to point out just how completely terrible that is. Oh my god.
Yeah, you totally don't need all of that like open fair internet like stuff that was
No,
campaigning for.
this is better.
No.
This is better.
Yeah, totally. So we're going to dive into today's session, and hopefully we will not have a Shen disconnect, which would be horrific. We've went without you for a week, and we barely like managed. You had to go save someone's life, even though you weren't here, and it was horrific. Like if you were here, none of that would have happened. So
Yeah, I wouldn't
To
have
be
saved
fair,
anyone,
Cassius
right.
had the right idea. Like, if Shen wasn't there, Cassius would be like, "Nah, I'm fine here. I'm not going to save Branda. Branda's going to
Comcast.
Discord. It's fine."
I just looked at the data cap plan. They named it the Terabyte Experience. Like they tried to make it sound hella fucking. They tried to make it sound hella positive. It's the Terabyte Experience. Everybody get on. Oh yeah, ride the Terabyte.
At what point do terabytes
Comcast. Fuck
become
these
involved?
I want to get off Comcast Wild Ride.
But where is a terabyte actually involved? Like Benson's right. Where is the terabyte involved? Do you actually have a
It's
terabyte in anywhere in your?
$50 a gigabyte. Do you realize how poor you will be after a month of using 1 terabyte? Oh my
Well, no, the
god!
first- that's the thing is the first terabyte is included in whatever you're paying already. So I'm paying $120 already. So that's 1 terabyte. And then they charge you extra for every
Wait.
gig after that.
You're charged $120 for a capped data plan.
Yes.
Yes.
My
Welcome
mind,
to
my
America.
mind. EE, my mind is melting. Save me, EE. I can feel myself drifting
I
into the
pay
wall.
like 50% extra to have a business connection that never goes down.
We
But
gotta start the
gasoline
show
is
at some point.
$1.95 a gallon, so that's not too bad. It's like
we
$2
gotta
a
start
gallon.
the show, man.
Yeah, it would be
Yeah, we
cheaper
should probably
for
get
you
moving.
to put what
Yeah,
you
before
want
you run
onto
out
a
of
flash
data
drive and
to go down.
drive to Google headquarters.
This is
and
turning
upload
into a
it there.
podcast.
It is.
Yes, let's get on with Dark Heresy.
Yeah.
Grimdark future is possibly closer than we actually realize, but let's move on.
No, in the Grimdark
Oh my
future, they
good
actually have
God.
better internet, which is really weird. So, last time we left you, you'd just finished clearing out a station of 2 Dark Elder. You then took hold of the limited functionality of the guns and the void shields, managed to actually turn them back on, and then...
What? Clear the station of 2 what?
well, you would be told this in the transmission you received back. You'd be like, oh yeah, those are Dark Elder.
I brought the helmets and everything. I have 2 of them on a stick.
Yeah, precisely. Like as soon as you send the transmission
feral.
going, by the way,
feral in the last-
this is what we saw, they'll be like, yeah, that's Dark Elder.
I keep having
Inquisitors
to slap his hand
arrived
when
and I
he's
was-
trying to take grease from the sacred machines and paint his face with it.
They came in, the Inquisitors, and I was just hiding behind consoles like...
Gone
So-
mad in the 2 weeks.
You actually managed to then destroy the Dark Elder Raider as it started to leave and completely obliterate it, which was quite worth it in terms of influence.
It was pretty baller.
It was pretty cool.
It was one of my favorite moments.
Thanks to like 20
It went in the
ballistics
scrapbook.
rolls by me and many awesome tech use rolls by
And I
Carolinus.
seem to recall a pretty good back rub roll. I seem to recall somebody gave a back rub that was pretty solid that allowed that final
there
shot
was
to go
incense, there
through.
was mood music. There
There's a
may have
little
even been
whispering.
a bit of...
Brander, baby,
Yeah,
you
it
can
was-
do this.
yeah,
I
It was
got you.
very white on the comms at the time.
Brenda didn't know what was going on.
I could just imagine that Cassius would have gone, Carolinus, I need some candles and oil for the mood. And then Carolinus would have just come over and sprayed him with like engine oil and then dumped some of these really horribly waxy candles that the Mechanicus have. It's not exactly what I meant. But yeah, you've been basically on that station then for 2 weeks afterwards. Branda still lacking a leg after it got somewhat chopped off by one of the Dark Elder. I mean, you still have the leg. It's just not really attached so much. You managed to...
We should laminate it.
No, not laminate it. Lampinate it.
Yeah.
It can be our fragile leg.
Awesome.
You basically spend the time looking around the station, tidying things up, making sure that things are working and you don't, lose life support or anything. In general, Carolinus is a good enough tech priest that, and, the damage to life support wasn't that much, that the whole thing is pretty much running bang on at the moment. I mean, it could do with pretty much a big overhaul, but it's fine for the moment. Along
I
your
ran out of
search-
sacred dungeons. I no longer had the correct wines to offer the machine spirits, but they generally capitulated.
It was slightly annoyed about your treatment of the Lance battery.
Yeah. I had to apologize profusely for that. I blamed it all on Branda. They accept that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they did.
I'll just stay away from the Lance battery so it can't try and shoot me.
Along with that, you managed to have a look around and do a bit of exploring, particularly in the area around the main Lance factory, just down from there where you had a lot of the electrical disturbances that started from. You do find the remnants of some sort of Dark Eldar bomb or torpedo or charge that seems to have fried itself out. The black carapace seems to have been a little bit scorched by electrical discharge. Nothing really salvageable from that.
Is it a type of weapon that is launched, like something on the end of a missile or something, or how is it here?
Make an intelligence check.
Uh-oh.
Would this be something that I would be able to do?
Yeah, you
Because
can make an
I would have
intelligence check
been
as
looking
well.
through the place.
I'm a dum-dum.
Caroline,
not.
you would assume that it could be effectively used like an unguided bomb, or it could be used like a slow, stealthy charge, effectively. Like it has small, effectively what you think are RCS thrusters kind of things, that someone just needs to point it vaguely in the right direction and just the RCS can guide it in. You could assume that this charge also looks like it could be clamped to the top of a warhead, so it could be fired from a torpedo or whatever, but the evidence around it doesn't seem to suggest a warhead body. So in theory, this thing has been dumped close and then RCS'd in or just manually flown over.
Okay.
Also looking around, nearby that section on the inside under the Lance turret is a a room that actually hasn't been opened. Most of the rooms in this place have been thoroughly opened and looked through, especially the psyker areas, the research areas, which have been completely ransacked. No sign of the psychers whatsoever. But this room, you go up to the door, and it's a big, heavy steel door, which, upon checking with the Auspex, you suddenly gather that it's actually a laminated steel, titanium, adamantium door, designed to withstand some pretty heavy abuse. So you could probably take a Mac cannon to this, and it might be able to withstand the first round. And it looks like this hasn't been forced.
The room itself probably wouldn't still be there, but the door would be fine.
The actual framing of the room itself, if you actually choose to have a quick look, and just drill through some of the bulkheads
just
nearby.
out of curiosity, I'd be like, I need to know why is this here is making my Carolina senses tingly. Because I would say spidey senses, but I've almost got a lot of legs. I'm practically a spider myself.
Do you hear a thump? Thump.
I was gonna say, sounds an awful lot like.
Oh God, I hope so.
Well, you can drill through some of the bulkheads nearby, and as soon as you start doing so, the drill bit comes away after having impact against the steel, and then got just beyond the steel, and then hit the titanium and started to burn out. It appears that the entire room is equally blast-proof and has been installed in the station itself between the bulkheads there.
I'm gonna
Is
give
there
a
any
kick
indication
to
on
this
when this was
wonderful
installed?
door.
Is this a recent addition to the station, or has it been here for a while?
You can try and look through the computer cores. However, there is a lot of garbage. It looks like a lot of data has been mangled, etc. Just by the electrical disturbances. Sure, make just be a logic test.
While you're testing that logic, I'm kicking the door. I'm going to suggest that perhaps we could use that bomb on it.
Yeah, no, you can't really dig up anything. The station logs themselves to do with the building and the fabric of the station are completely trashed.
Okay. Can I use my Auspex at all? Can I sense anything about the room that might indicate its age?
Sure, you can roll it.
4952.
In terms of the room itself, it looks a little bit newer than the main fabric of the station there. The area up here, a lot of the areas between the bulkheads themselves can actually be taken away and slotted in, as the station is fairly modular. And it looks like it is maybe slightly newer than the rest of the fabric of the station, but not by a massive margin. It still looks like it's been there a little while. It's not look like it's new in the last few years. But as you try and scan the thing itself, it does seem to be dampening a lot of the scans to it. It looks like it is actively dampening your signal as you try and actually penetrate through the barriers. And you can't really get a solid reading beyond the surface.
Okay. No,
I'm going to suggest again that we could always bomb it.
Can I have a look for any kind of interface? Is there an interface to the door that would allow it to open?
Sure. There is a keypad, and it's got a little sort of screen and stuff. It is quite advanced for most Imperial locks, put it that way.
Okay.
However, I would need you to make a... Actually, you could do it over an extended period of time. You've got 2 weeks. So over 2 weeks, you managed to just about get the keypad working. Fancy Tech is kind of more fragile to Haywire Fields, but yeah, you do get it working. And it starts asking for a retinal and fingerprint scan.
All right. There's one person left alive on this station. I would probably ask Cassius if he could speak with the astropath. Find out if he knows anything about this room or who might have access to it.
Sure. Upon being asked that, I go out and I find the astropath wherever he's at.
Okay, the
I mean, we've been hanging out for the last...
I imagine he's in the med bay along with a one-legged Brander.
Well, he's kind of decided to move back towards the hab modules in one of the sections down below. He prefers sort of the peace and quiet down there. A lot of the conduits around there that supply water around the station have been somewhat damaged, and they are leaking. But other than that, he seems to have made a home in one of his old hab units. As you pop down there, you find him sitting on a bed. It looks like he's trying to focus himself. You would recognize the general sort of mind conditioning exercises of sort of meditation.
Not wishing to disturb him, I kind of stop just inside the door and kind of just lean against the door jamb until he notices me.
Cassius, I'm sorry. I should have followed your line a little bit further away. Your curiosity is quite loud.
Yeah, I'm sorry to bother you during your meditation time. I know you need some time to unwind after everything that's gone on. I had a question, though, concerning a sealed room with a keypad in the front of it. Our tech priest has been working on getting the keypad working, and it's asking for a retinal scan. Do you know who might be able to access that area?
Possibly the station commander or one of the head researchers?
Okay. I'm assuming that they're all dead. Do you mind if we link minds for a moment and you can show me what they look like so that I can pan through the bodies and see if I can find them? We just want to make sure we're going through every area looking for breaches in the bulkhead and anything else that might endanger the station.
Sure. What do you think is wise? And he sort of reaches out his hand, touches the side of your head, waiting for you to do the same to him.
Sure, I do it.
Okay. Then through sort of this joint synescience, you can sort of trade very sort of basic information, and he sort of shows you some images of station personnel, particularly pointing out one of the station personnel. This would be the effectively the station warden, the station chief, a powerful psyker himself, and this would be Joseph. I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce his last name that I've written down. Ciarh. Ciarh. Yes. Ciarh. Joseph Ciarh. I'm gonna go with that.
I'm gonna pretend I'm dyslexic and just call him Chair.
I'm not sure that works with linking minds, but okay. This man seems older, sort of more gaunt. A lot of he was once stronger and more weathered, but looks like over time that he's sort of into a role which is much more sedate in slightly low gravity conditions of a station. Looks like he's sort of developed a slightly more gaunt face, hair slightly greyed as well, and you can see the beginnings of that sort of slow decline that psychics get after pushing their powers very hard.
Okay. On receiving this information, I kind of turn and I say, all right, well, thank you, brother. I'm going to go have a look around and see if I could find this individual, and hopefully I'll be able to get into that sealed area. Thank you for your help again. And then I turn and walk out.
Okay.
And then I spend my time looking around for this guy in, like, the body piles that we've done.
The only body piles you have are entirely like PDF crew and stuff, guard crew who came afterwards. No bodies from anyone original on the station, barring that Mechanicus, were found.
So, upon realizing this, I go back to Carolinus. And where do I find him at?
Probably still at the keypad.
Yeah, I'm generally around that area.
Okay. Approaching from behind, I say, Carolinus.
My optical mechadendrite turns to watch you as you approach, just alerted at the sound of your steps. So I immediately respond the moment you speak. Yes? Were you able to speak with the astropath?
I was. He gave me the image of the people who might be able to access that area. They were station chiefs, and there was also some additional personnel who might be able to access it. However, upon looking through the bodies that we have here, everyone that we have is Planetary Defense Force or otherwise conscripted, aside from the Mechanicus that remains. And so, unfortunately, none of the crew are even here for us to get retinal ID from. I'm not sure where you want to...
The logs we looked at seem to imply that ship had claimed many of the crew, or at least many of the cargo this research station was investigating. It's possible that they took the research staff and, in fact, the station personnel as well. Unfortunate.
Do you think the Mechanicus might have had access to this area? Because we could try to do the retinal scan with his eye.
It is possible.
Seems like our only option, unless
It
we've
is
got some extra
worth
bodies swirled around here.
trying, certainly. His eye is barely attached to his skull at this point. It would be easy enough to fetch it. The fingerprint. Did the Mechanicus have... I'm fairly certain he had entirely augmented arms, didn't he?
The Mechanicus that you found was pretty much entirely augmented. He had very little flesh remaining
and
in
they
general.
augmented... were his good quality? Would they carry fingerprints? Because
no, they wouldn't carry
beyond
fingerprints.
good, they wouldn't.
They look
no.
decent enough, but they were definitely metallic-ended fingers.
The fingerprint, however, that would be difficult. Once augmented, and I hold up my fingers, there's no pad on my fingers. It's literally a point. We're not known for preserving the trappings of the flesh. Nevertheless, we could try the ocular implant. It may at least take us one step closer.
As he's saying this, I walk over to the door and kind of lean against it. I'm like, yeah, I do think we should try to figure out how to get into here. I tap it twice with my knuckle. It's made me curious. Is it strange that this is the only thing that hasn't been unsealed?
I agree. Very well. I'll return shortly, and I leave to go and fetch the ocular implant from the mechanic. From your description previously, it was practically out of the skull. Caroline has had to be very careful to not let it get lost. Yeah. So I imagine it's very easy for him to retrieve and simply bring it back and
you
show
said you
it.
moved the mechanic's body down. You put some sort of proper the beginnings of burial rites ready to just take it back towards his home forge. But yeah, you have the body and you can go grab certain parts.
Yep.
While Carolinus is out, I'm going to cast I'm going to put up warp perception while I'm alone so that I can use sorcery, and I'm going to cast it at rating 4.
Okay.
This is where he tears the universe open and dies to a demon, and I'm not there, and I'm very happy.
No perils. Damn.
Not yet.
Okay,
so I get a plus 40 to my perception until I decide to stop concentrating on the spell.
Okay. Sure. Roll me a perception. Awareness.
Sure. I can finally see things like the rest of the group.
Your eyes work.
Almost as good as me.
Yeah, so you start studying it in, depths and so on with your warp perception. Sort of like that. You've seen, the Sherlock films and stuff where you just suddenly look in and you see these details and it sort of collates in your head, etc. It's a bit like that. You sort of zoom in and sort of details stand out to you suddenly. And you see a few, marks on the door where it looks like that there's been almost like some sort of burnt discharge of some kind, almost like an arc of electricity is discharged against it and oxidized parts of the metal in some places. You can see even around a couple of the seams around the door, these seams are almost flawless. You could barely get a molecule of oxygen in there. But you notice that some of them have almost sealed shut slightly as the bits of metal near each other have been slightly melted together in a few places. It looks like that something is discharged around here. You're not sure if that's just a normal effect of the haywire field or something to do with the room itself, though.
Okay. When Carolinus returns, I want to make it apparent that I mentioned this. I'll ask about him. Was there an explosion or some kind of discharge around here?
You've keen eyes, Cassius. I hadn't noticed. I'm going to pay a little bit more attention to this. Would I be able to ascertain whether the charge came from external or internal? Whether this was, especially using my own specs to try and prey on senses that not my regular senses.
I will say it'll be a tech use test because your orc specs can give you a lot of this data. You just focus them over time, etc. It's tech use to more how you know to interpret this given the circumstance, like how technology works. So just roll me a tech use test then.
Nope. Very bad. My old specs really didn't like that.
Did you any fate left at the end of last mission, by the way?
Unfortunately, you said in the after show to renew fate and wounds.
Yeah.
I'm fairly certain I had one
I think
point,
you'd
but I
one point
couldn't
left.
be certain.
I'll let you use that 1 point.
Okay.
Because effectively it's renewing during this 2-week break, but we're still
Yeah.
kind of in the middle, so...
No,
yeah.
I was not going to
You're
get
not
in
sure
there,
where
so.
the charge originated. What you can probably tell, given your knowledge, is that it's definitely some sort of electric charge is dissipated. It looks like it's arced in several places. You're not sure whether it began inside or outside, but it is definitely localized around the room.
Has Brandon been told about this room? You said you were working on the keypad for a few days.
I can't see why Cassius would have mentioned it to Branda, but I don't imagine that this would have been something that would have escaped his attention. Carolina's, that I would have been busy with something, because up to that point I was fairly much more frequently in the med bay, mainly taking care of you, actually trying to make sure you got back to health as fast as you could, and at least to the best of my ability, the wound was well healing and you weren't in any discomfort, that sort of thing. And then all of a sudden the visits started to slow, and then I would pop in once a day and say, "You okay?" And you'd be like, "Yes, okay, thanks," and I'd leave. So yeah, at some point I imagine you could have asked.
I got you
He sat
addicted to
there
the back
bored
rubs.
in the
Comes
med
by
bay.
everything for a back rub. That's all that he wants. It's like if you give a moose a muffin.
Oh my goodness.
Well, anyway, knowing that there's a room you're trying to get into, I'll take some time to check station schematics and see if there's any information about what is in the room, or any warnings of do not enter this room, or only enter this room with a hazmat suit, or whatever the 40k equivalent is.
Okay, you want to look through the station logs. Roll me a... Can you do scrutiny intelligence? I think that's one I keep asking for, and it keeps being like, nope, that's not a thing.
Scrutiny intelligence isn't a thing.
Just roll me intelligence test then.
Intelligence.
Nope.
90 out of 36.
It's very hard to get through the computer logs at the moment, considering a lot of them have been damaged and so forth. You don't really manage to pick up anything beyond the fact that there is a secure locker bay up there. You tend to gather that, but you can't really tell anything beyond that. There is on the schematics, but beyond that, no information on that.
I'll inform them that it's not hidden from existence, but that I can't get anything else out of it.
That's actually at least assuaged Carolina's fear that this was recently added and that it would be very unwise to meddle with it. So so I return with the Tech Priest's eye. I hold it up to the retina scanner and see what kind of response it might have.
ID not recognized.
I'd like to say that I'm surprised, but I'm not.
I'm just gonna sit by. I'm watching this. I'm enjoying the show, by the way. Watching
scan
them
my
work at
eye.
this door. I'm tapping on the desk.
You have
and
one
say,
last
"You know,
chance in the next 48 hours. Or failsafes will
We
be
do have-
activated.
we do have a big bomb.
So did I scan my eye or did I not scan my eye?
It's up to you. The thing is said that it's got one last chance in the next 48 hours, or it will neck a failsafe. You can just let the 48 hours pass, and then you can try again. It's to stop you just spam trying to get into somewhere.
Well, in 2 weeks, we've got a lot of 48 hours.
Yeah.
So we'll just wait.
It's taken you a few days to get to this point, so effectively, if you wanted, you could try maybe another 8 times. You could scan all of your eyes if you wanted.
I make a point of taking back the Mechanicus eye, and I put everything back the way it should be. Coming back though, given that Gareth has mentioned the bomb, I'm assuming that you would have brought that up as a serious suggestion to the others, yeah, Gareth, yeah.
Most definitely.
I don't seem as opposed to this as I usually would be. Let's put it that way.
You really like that
Sometimes
room, don't you?
Sometimes you gotta break the piggy bank. It is what it is. I just gotta take a hammer to that oinky.
I would like to make a tech use test based on the explosive. Well, actually, first, Garrett, what manner of explosive are you considering? The warhead that we discovered?
Indeed. If it was brought here by the Eldars, then they probably think it's sufficient to deal
problematic.
with this door.
My
or
knowledge
anything
of
else.
this technology is limited. Its yield, its destructive capabilities. We could break open the door. We could break open the station. I will.
How about
I'll look over
this?
this device. I'll see if I can ascertain what kind of explosive yield we're dealing with here. And with that, I'm going to. Oh, unless Garrett stops me.
If you're unable to determine its destructive capabilities precisely, then how about we use it as a last-ditch effort as we're leaving the station to see if that does open it. Then we can always come back if it opens, and if it does some damage to the station, we don't come back. Simple.
Well, to be fair, large parts of the station can simply be isolated from the others. These habitats are not made to completely depressurize at the first hull breach. Still, I would sooner not damage any delicate machinery further than needed. Still, give me some time. And with that, I'm going to go off. Unless someone comes and disturbs me, I will spend some time. And I'll probably make an extended test because this is alien technology that I barely understand, if understand at all. And I'm going to be trying to work out something very important out of this. So
Okay.
I will take a few days to properly analyze it, properly analyze the chemicals that my specs can detect, make hypotheses on the way that they may be
this would be
interacting.
Forbidden
what
Law
kind of yield.
Eldar, so it'll be intelligence minus 20, and I'll
Okay.
let you roll it just 5 times, and then we'll add up the any positives you get.
Nope. Nope.
Getting closer.
That's further away.
You jinxed
Further
it.
away.
There you go.
One success.
2 degrees
Out
of
of
success.
5. Oh, 2 degrees of success.
Yeah. So 2 degrees of success. You ascertain that it doesn't seem to have any sort of warhead in it that you would recognize. Beyond that, it is technology that you are not familiar with. It's very advanced. It's got a lot of very fine circuitry and wires and almost some like weird, maybe squishy components that you're just like, I have no idea what this does. And it looks like most of it has fried. From what you can tell, most of it is used. It seems to have fulfilled whatever function it was intended to do.
Okay. So it may or may not be active at this point.
From what you can tell, your Auspex seems to indicate that whatever power it has seems to be a very minimal amount now, and it is slowly decreasing. But it's similar to the...
Should those have been tech use tests, by the way, not just intelligence?
no,
I was
because
analysing
strictly
forbidden
they would be
technology.
Forbidden Law Eldar, not tech use.
Right. Okay.
I mean, it could have been a tech use, but it would be still been even more massively negative because you don't have Forbidden Law. So it worked out roughly the same. So you're not exactly sure, but it does seem to have been something that was creating the field that was causing some issues around that area of the station. Beyond that, you can't really tell.
All right. I imagine it would not be very difficult for me, based on my background, to note the points where I would need to seal off this section, basically from the rest of the station, when arming this device. I'll return to Garrett and Cassius and confer with them. Brothers, I cannot confess to know much about this device beyond the fact that it is slowly bleeding whatever energy it once held. That could be good for us. I have no knowledge, and that is to my credit of this heretical technology. However, from what little I can estimate, it is significantly weakened from its original state. Perhaps that will mean that it will be ample to break the door and not the station, or we'll just have to suffer less damage to the station when it goes off, or it might do nothing. Still, I'm willing to try. Of course, I will take precautions to isolate this part of the station before triggering the device, but my greatest concern is that I cannot see any particular way to detonate it remotely.
Can I perception check the device?
5 days have gone past by now. Your warp ability will be gone. You will have slept.
Okay.
If we can't detonate it remotely, what about an impact with a weapon?
Certainly, we could perhaps trigger it with another explosion, one that we can trigger remotely, or in fact a turret or any kind of remote activated device that may well cause the device itself to detonate. Crude, but quite likely effective.
It's worth a shot.
Indeed. Very well. We should retreat beyond the points that I have drawn attention to, and I'll using my data pad just show them where on the station will pretty much be the most protected if something really bad goes wrong. Like, there's a good scenario that includes this breaking part of the station, but it doesn't, bypass the doors that I've locked down. And then there's the really bad thing. Yeah, we're all literally left in the command console, and that's the only place on the station left working. So
I'm just imagining that you've made this like napkin drawing for us, and it's got the station just really poorly drawn with a little line through it. And then you've colored one half green, one half red, and you put little stick figures on it. And all the stick figures on the green side are all smiling because they're safe, and all the stick figures on the red side all have X's on their eyes and they're frowning because they're dead. So, and you say stay on the green side.
That would have totally been something Pseudo would do. Yeah.
I imagine that at some point I've been informed that you're setting off a bomb in part of the station. I should be aware. When you say this, I'm going to ask: is there not some sort of way we could cut through it? I mean, maybe there's some cutting lasers on the station somewhere. Or repairs, maybe. Or maybe the chainsword is enough.
I actually spent some time looking over the technology on the station, didn't I? During the after show, I mentioned that Carolinus would be trying to assess things, especially for things that he might be able to use.
There would be a few heavy duty cutting laser welding kits and stuff just for basic work on the station.
Could try that. It's a reasonable suggestion, though. Based on what I've seen of that room, it didn't seem that it was particularly vulnerable to these kinds of devices. But still worth trying before we detonate a bomb. Well said, Branta.
Cutting tools. I'm down for that. Do you know where they are?
I imagine I know where they are.
Yeah, you go back to the storage.
Do we roll something for trying to get through that?
So yeah, you can get the two cutting lasers out. They're basically these big handheld, they go across your forearm with a mount that you can just hold, and you can do an adjustable power. Big pack that goes on your back. Often designed to be used over the top of an EVA suit. But you could use them without. Just make sure you wear some sort of mask to not.
By the way, are there any
metal.
Were there any EVA suits or additional void suits here? Because
there's a lot of actually. You look around the entire station, and there are quite a few void suits around.
I would make a point of trying to find a nice void suit. I imagine they've got fairly decent ones, and setting them aside for the whole crew. And my intention would be these are now our void suits.
You managed to find some that are decent enough.
By nice, I mean that not held together by duct tape, basically.
Yeah, there are some that are maybe not as much held together by duct tape. Yeah, sure, you can get 4 of those out, and you can have the two, what are they called, cutting torches. So you get the cutting torches, and you can have a bit of a go at this thing. I'll need you to make... What sort of test will this be?
I'd say tech use, but... Because you're literally using a cutting torch.
It would probably be some... Yeah... If to get through an object and to know how best to cut the object, I would say it would probably be a tech use test.
Either that or ballistics, basically. But I can't imagine how you'd...
A very close range. You can actually use these as a ballistic weapon. They just have a very, very short range, and they're terrible. But I guess if you're trying, no limit on time, etc., blah, 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 you can just use them very tactically. I can let you use a tech use test for them, and that'd be the best.
Oh, come on. Carolinus would have had to use this for a torture device at some point. Oh, I'm doing it. Jarrett's all over this shit.
Okay.
All right. Well, are you assisting me, or are we just both independently trying to cut 2 door-shaped holes?
I don't know. I guess we can try it from different... one thing we hadn't even talked about.
Cut a peephole first, though, so we can look in. Just a little hole.
Well, we tried that with the drill, and it didn't get anywhere. What if this is the only strong part of this room? What if this door is the toughest part to get into this room? Maybe we're going about this. I
already explored that the framework is made of this stuff.
Fine then. Fire up the blowtorch.
Okay. Well, what do we roll for the tech use? Do we get any modifiers because we're basically got all the time in the world?
Yeah, but you also have a very interesting door. I'm effectively flatten it out and just say it'll be a tech use test.
Okay. Just rolling straight up.
Yes, you got 2 people to make it. So if you want to make it and Garrett wants to make it. Yeah, Garrett, you make a little bit of headway, but eventually the cutting torch sort of flickers and dies before you really manage to get particularly far in. You started to get into that titanium layer, but it's just a lot of metal there to try and cut through.
Stupid sodding technology. Let's throw the torch on the ground.
Which
Accidentally sets his foot on fire.
swings behind you
Yeah,
because it's
I'm
attached to a
stomping on
backpack.
it too. It's not going out like a cigarette does.
And then Carolinus rolled a 32 with a target of 52. So Carolinus, you start very specifically targeting one small area down the bottom corner, ideally trying to get directly through before you move up in a bigger arc. Whereas Garrett specifically was trying to take down, one sheet by one sheet to see if, you could do it layer by layer. You actually do manage to get pretty far in, and you start going through that center adamantium layer. And you smell something that's a bit different from just burning metal. It smells like there's almost like some sort of silica or crystal composite in there. You've probably smelled this before while doing work on board ships and so on.
And more likely, the moment I smelled anything changing, I'd be using my Allspecs to... Though I would want to stress that my intention was to be wearing my void suit, because opening some mysterious room, we all know what happened to the pyramids.
Okay. In which case you don't smell that. That's fine.
But my Allspecs might be picking it up.
Not inside your void suit if it can't get the smell. Make me, since you're in your void suit, you've got limited perception, etc. Make me a perception check.
Would I be able to
Awareness.
smell it? Because I ain't in a void suit.
Yeah, you can smell it, but you don't recognize it. You wouldn't have worked on this sort of stuff. So yeah.
70.
You notice that the keypad, which is, kind of up there, a little bit out of view, you notice that something flickers on it and it turns red.
Ooh. While I slow my cut down and stop, and I'm looking at it with my optical mechadend right now. I'm still looking at the hole as the white hot metal begins to cool, but my optical mechadendrite is now looking at the keypad, trying to see what it's saying.
The keypad seems to be
got a blinky?
Yeah, it's
What's
there's
the
a little
blinky?
blinking icon in the corner, which indicates that something about, you wouldn't be able to really tell. It doesn't give you a lot of information, but from what you know of keypads and security protocols in general, it looks like that it's initiated some sort of first step trigger mechanism. Some sort of, in the event of someone tries to breach, something will happen.
Okay.
And it's armed something.
Am I able to access it and try to use security to try and bypass it and simply hack the keypad?
You can certainly try.
Okay.
Just roll me flat security, and I'll let you know whether it succeeds or fails.
Okay. No.
That would be 5 degrees of failure.
5 degrees of failure.
So with 5 degrees of failure, you bend down and you start trying to hack it. You plug it into your data slate, and you start fiddling around on your data slate. And about 15 minutes later, after quite laborious work of trying to hack through this keypad, suddenly something changes, and you're not sure what, but suddenly arcs of electricity flow quickly down into your data slate, which completely and utterly fries it. The screen melts and bubbles. Part of the sort of the LCD screen starts burning in one corner. The electricity carries on into you, inflicting damage that won't kill you, and you'll heal it instantly because you've got story time. I'll let you know if you want to do suddenly anything important.
I am jumping back from this. Holy crap! And I've got my last.
I'm
slot.
cursing loudly.
I'm shooting at this data pad as it's falling to the ground.
Yeah, effectively, you take 12 points of Pen 6 damage to your arm.
Okay.
If that's important. And your data slate is completely and utterly destroyed. And a second blinking icon, a little bit long from the first. Now goes solid.
That's the only data slate I've got.
Was that the pimped out Jakaro one too?
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
I mean, it was story time. I wasn't asked if I plugged my pimped out data slate, but I'll let the GM dictate my actions to some degree.
The pimped out Jakaro one was giving you a slight bonus to all hacking tests that I've been making so far. I didn't want to tell you how good it was, but
I probably would have gone without it if you'd asked me, because we're dealing with some sort of high grade military tech. But fine.
So we're all
bad
standing there while this
GM,
happens?
God moding there. But
I presume so.
GM, I can do what I want.
Bloody alien
given
technology.
that,
Is it still blinking at you? What is wrong with this?
the
thing?
first icon is still blinking. The one a little bit along from it is solid now.
if we do anything further, it will likely use whatever defense mechanisms it has. It'll either destroy what's in the room or attempt to destroy us.
I raise a finger up into the air. What if we were to shut down the generators? Do you think it draws power from an auxiliary source or from the main power system?
Good suggestion.
How quickly
Life
can we shut
support.
it down?
There's plenty of air in
if-
the station. We could shut them down for a time.
I assume if the light goes off, we'll have our answer.
It's an easy enough thing to test.
Okay.
Okay.
So where is that? Can I go out and do that? How do we do that? Do we do it from this room?
So you want to shut the power down to the entire place, or you want to try and shut it down per section?
Shut it down for the section that it's in.
Okay, so you go and you quite easily shut down the power for the section. The power for that keypad, however, does stay on. All the lights around you, that keypad stays glowing.
What if we kill the whole station?
Yeah, just microbeat over. It's still on. The light's still blinking.
I say,
Using,
knock out the rest.
capacity. But we could shut down the station. How much would I estimate that we would be able to let the station completely power down for?
You could shut down the entire station normal power, in which case you'd still have emergency power, which means you'd still have gravity, you'd have emergency lighting, and you'd have access to doors. Or you could shut down that as well, in which case life support would stop working. And
yeah, that's what I've said. But the station is currently full of air.
It's a large station. It's full of air. There's only 4 of you. It would last quite a while. You would estimate it would probably be a few days before you get any sort of hypoxic effect.
We could shut
doors
down the station power for a day, 2 days, without any adverse effect. We'd be in darkness, which is a significantly less problematic situation for me than others, but if you're all willing to sit in the dark with only your sound of your voices for company, then we could try this. If there's any battery or capacitor powering this keypad, in a day of no power, then it should run dry. If not, then there's no other option than the bomb.
Let's try it then.
Yep, I'm in agreement.
Okay. I'll go ahead and do that.
Okay. I will be kind. Do you let the astropath know what's happening?
Well, I
do,
assumed
yes.
that. Then I remember that you said 4.
Professional
There are
courtesy.
actually 5 ones.
Well, yeah. Sure. Okay. You let the astropath know. He's like, oh, okay. I'm looking forward to the dark, but if the Emperor wills it.
Okay. As long as everyone else is, reasonably safe. I make sure that there are some doors that will bolt when they lose power, some doors that will open when they lose power. The ones that are needed to remain open that will simply close, I prop them open. I take the time to get various bric-a-brac and dreck to bar them from closing so that there's a usable path to any necessary areas and things like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Prior to shutting it down.
So you go through all that. You make sure.
And I make sure that
enough...
everyone else is where they need to be before I do it, because I can see in the dark. And
you like attach like one string to the toilet and one string to the fridge.
You say that, but that's actually how a lot of people get around.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you shut down the power, main power, and then auxiliary power. Split second later, all lights. Everyone currently standing on the floor suddenly goes as they go suddenly weightless.
Grabbing the seat, making sure I don't lose my butt seat.
Okay, you grab the seat and manage to pull yourself back down onto it.
Wouldn't necessarily start to float unless they kicked off. If gravity's gone, it's not anti-gravity. They don't start moving up, because that would imply that there's some sort of force pulling them upwards.
Yeah, I assume that most people, as soon as you start like taking gravity off, their very own momentum of trying to walk forwards and move, etc., suddenly like, oh, okay, whoops.
Oh, the silly people! They moved around. I told them not to move.
Anticipation of the gravity failing, I just strap myself down to my medical bed.
Look, what we need is
carried on reading my book.
Everyone needs to wear Velcro suits and just put Velcro on the walls, and we'll be fine.
We've solved it. We're done. Hire us, NASA.
But the Emperor doesn't have Velcro. That's all Xenotech.
That's heretical technology.
Velcro, you get burned at the stake for that. But yeah, Caroline, you make your way back up and you look at the keypad. Initially, the keypad seems to be on, but as you wait, 4 hours later, keypad seems to go off.
I'll give it a bit longer.
Okay.
I'll actually draw it out to... If we say we've got 2 days worth of air on the station,
You've got easily minimum threshold 2 days. You're not sure like the levels of the tanks, etc., the spares.
I'd probably leave it a good
but...
day, because
Okay.
the first thing to shut down are displays, but you keep necessary systems online.
Yeah.
I mean, if Carolinus were to build some sort of death box, he would give priority to the guns in terms of power shortages, just enough to keep those lasers armed. Everything else can go down.
It's like Factorio. You always have the lasers powered before anything else.
Get high priority on the power grid. Yeah.
Well, I would be asking, before we wait a whole day or 4 hours, I would be asking Carolinus if, with the power off, he can see heat signatures any better, and if that might lead him to an idea of where the power source for this particular
Certainly, I'll use my all specs, see if there's anything else that I can ascertain from the room now that the power should be down.
Well, you've got effectively unlimited time, so you can effectively keep rolling. So I'll tell you what null specs could detect in this situation. You would gather eventually by scanning it and checking the delay and when the keypad went off, etc. You'd probably suspect that this thing was probably hooked up to the auxiliary power, which would be odd. You're not meant to hook much up to auxiliary power.
Yeah.
You're meant to have like very minimum stuff hooked up to that. And possibly mains as well, but it was effective when auxiliary went down. Then again, the only thing on at that time was auxiliary. The keypad itself does seem to be off. As far as you can tell, there doesn't seem to be any other charge left in after a day. In terms of the room itself, you can start to scan a little bit better, and you can see that there's a few objects inside it containing heavy metals and some sort of vaguely sort of superconducting fluid or something along those lines. Some sort of very strange, more exotic fluid.
Okay. Well, I report this back to my companions. I imagine that everyone is more or less together. Perhaps the astropath is a little further away, but generally in the same area of the station, because that makes sense to keep everyone close by.
Okay, so you pulled the astropath out of his hab and brought him with the rest. Okay.
Yeah. We wouldn't just leave him in an unpowered section, especially considering Carolinus might have to shut down completely certain parts of the station.
Sure. I assume you put them in the CIC then.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, given that, I pass along the information of what I've managed to detect. And after a day, I'm fairly confident that whatever defensive measures may have been in place will likely have been starved of energy by this point. I can't be completely certain of this. Now, I can continue cutting. Obviously, this will cut into the oxygen supply, but we should have ample for me to finish the task.
Because these torches are designed to be used in 0G.
They have their own.
They won't use very much oxygen because they provide their own source of gas.
That makes sense. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense, yeah. So I pass this on. I do caution you to wear your void suits, if for nothing else than precautions. It's better safe than sorry.
I'm not even going to complain this time. I'm going to hop in a void suit.
Okay.
I've already been shot. Other people have been shot. Gravity's off. Yeah, I might as well.
Fair enough.
At the very least, you'll have mag boots.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to recommend that you stay here. We'll remain in contact through the beads, but I'll continue the cutting by myself. No reason to risk anyone else. And then I go ahead and continue my job.
Okay, there you go back up in 0G. To be fair, though, quite large portions of this journey, you just turn off your mag boots because you're a Voidborn. Yeah, you're kind of used to this in some sections, and you just go sailing.
I'm actually a lot faster in
down
0G.
corridors. Yeah, no,
I've actually got an agility bonus in 0G.
Yeah, you're rocketing around this place. Everyone else who actually sees glimpses of you as you go past CIC is just like, I don't know how we managed to do that. Just pushing off rules in the right places, grabbing onto handles as you go past. So these moves
I don't even slow down the corners.
Sort of like bend their fingers, or they'd maybe grab something wrong, or whatever. You're just like whoop, 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 like all around the place. You get back up to the top and you start cutting. Give me another tech use test.
Oh,
8352.
So that's only 4 degrees of failure. You keep cutting. You do seem to get a decent way in, but you have some trouble actually trying to get past certain sections of this middle adamantium layer. It looks like that there's something inlaid with it, and you're very cautious about hitting those, and you have a little bit of trouble trying to make sure that the torch doesn't cut through those. Your first 24 hours, sleep involved everything as well, making sure that you don't push yourself too hard to fatigue yourself and make errors. 24 hours in total. You don't make a lot of headway. You do make some, but you can't really quite get past that middle and anti layer. You could choose to wait a little bit longer and see how long the oxygen holds out, however.
I'll try again.
Okay, so you wait another 24 hours and give cutting go.
Are we getting lightheaded yet?
Damn it. 1 degree of failure on that one.
Yeah, 1 degree of failure. You can't really figure out a way to get past this middle and anti layer. So instead, you go around the place and just make sure you get that front steel plate off. It mostly is detached from the edges now, but you still need to figure out a way to get past this middle and anti layer.
While this is going on, would I be able to focus my attention on simply severing any connection that this room might have to power?
Sure, you could...
I would imagine I'd find it significantly easier to simply cut, now that power's off, simply cut through any of the conduits, literally just isolate the room entirely, except for the literal gantry kind of structure holding it to the side of the station, which would decompress this area, but I would be able to drop the bulkheads first.
As you begin doing this...
Don't a lot of security... Are you worried about the security system or what?
Security system's completely being cut off from power anyway.
I know, but you're not looking at bringing power back on, are you?
Well, we're going to have to if you want to breathe.
Well, the thing is, a lot of security systems, this is totally out of character, a lot of security systems work by having a signal come back. It can't just be a one-way signal. So if you sever it entirely, then that signal will be severed, and if it doesn't receive anything back, it may consider that a breach.
Yes, but the entire system has been depowered. If that was going to happen, the system would have triggered already.
Yeah.
Like the alarm on my house, for example, when the mains power goes off, the alarm goes on, no matter what's happened, because it's got enough battery power to detect, I've been cut off from mains power, someone is trying to tamper with the alarm, trigger. We've completely depowered the system. So as far as the system is, if it hasn't happened yet, it's not going to happen. So if I then isolate it completely from power, the battery can't charge again when I turn it back on. Like basically, if that was going to happen, and it is a reasonable fear, it would already have done so. Otherwise, what you're suggesting is every security device ever made would immediately trigger before it's ever been plugged in once.
No, I mean, don't worry about it. It's not what I mean.
Okay.
I mean, if you're suggesting the station itself is causing the feedback, then that would make sense. But it seems to be coming from inside the box, so isolating that. There's nothing to send the signal, to read the signal, or lack thereof, coming back, because nothing has got power at the moment. The station's not sending a signal or reading a signal, and nothing inside the box is sending or reading a signal. We hope. So,
okay, so with
I'm just concerned about when the power comes back on.
Yeah.
So with the remains of that day, you start to have a quick look around the room itself and see what you could do with cutting away parts of the superstructure to be able to get the cabling. And you discover that it's probably connected in several places to mains pack. It looks like there's been redundancies in. You could cut away around it, and it'd be a lot easier than cutting through the main thing itself, as a lot of the walls around here are a lot thinner than, say, the actual room. But it will take you probably another day and another tech use test, although it'd be, an easier tech use test. But it would take you another day.
Sure.
Especially if there's only one of you doing the cutting.
Yeah, I'll go for that. I imagine we've got enough time. Though I'd be in close contact with the others and asking them to let me know if they start to feel lightheaded or anything like that. Because I imagine our beads, they run on battery power.
Yeah.
Do they report to me that they feel lightheaded? Because ultimately, I'll put their lives ahead of finding out what's in this box.
Yeah, how do we test for lightheadedness? I mean, that's pretty obvious if it's happening to you, right?
Yeah, but the problem is as soon as you start getting lightheaded, you can easily miss that first symptom, and then you start to feel you're fine. Because you don't get lightheaded to begin with. You get hypoxia, which is CO2, and you don't notice that happening. You can see it in others, but you don't notice it in yourself. because you just become slightly more irritable, slightly irrational, etc., and you don't notice that happening. That's the danger about CO2 poisoning.
Well, they're all in a group together. I imagine they're talking if for no other reason than pass the time.
No,
Yeah,
we've
if it
stopped
affects one of
talking
them
to each other.
first, the others will notice.
Yeah.
If it affects all of
Okay.
them at the same time, roughly, which generally it would do, that would be the issue.
Well, we're wearing our suits, aren't we? Are we?
Yeah, but the
Yeah.
backpack on the suit only gives you like 3 hours worth of oxygen.
So we'd run out of oxygen at different times. Well, like, I don't know.
You'd have been breathing
Also-
like station oxygen for this entire time.
So you could do like we could have a rota of like someone breathes suit oxygen for a while, and then they're coherent and can check if
Yeah,
everyone
but-
else isn't.
If we were going to do that, we would have talked about that already. We haven't
And your
discussed
suits
any
don't
of that.
automatically repressurize. You have to like fill the suits with effectively specially pressurized oxygen. You can't just do that from air. You have to go to like a
Okay,
bottom
as
station.
far as the game goes, I feel we're getting caught up in minutia. So unless someone wants to say something very important,
I'll
We'll
let
just
you
go ahead
know
with
when
this
we start
forward.
going crazy and killing each other. For
Okay.
now,
Okay.
we're fine.
Brilliant.
I
I
need
vote for
everyone
whatever
to make
makes this section go faster.
I need everyone to make a toughness test at plus 40.
oh, I failed. Yikes!
I managed.
Wow,
I
me and
failed.
Garrett, horrible rolls.
Okay. Branda, Cassius, make me Medicae tests. Neither of you
I can't make
Medicae?
that test.
Intelligence
No.
minus 20.
This
Yeah,
is
that's-
not going to go well. Nope.
It's just
75
testing if
out of
you're smart
11.
enough to notice that we're going crazy, we're killing each other.
So, Garrett, you're feeling slightly more irritable and irrational right now. Not a lot, just a little bit. Your movements are like a little bit less refined, etc. You think you're fine, and no one else has noticed that you're not fine. The same is
We've
also
just been
true
on
for
this damn station
Carolinus,
too long.
but Carolinus doesn't know, and no one is around Carolinus to notice.
Mhm.
So,
He
Carolinus,
can't get through that damn door.
You gotta be kidding me.
wow.
that roll.
You gotta be shitting.
Wow. 3 with a
Oh my
target of
God.
5.
Cassius, you've probably seen this before. You were on a shuttle at one point that took a very long journey to try and get from one planet to a moon, and you got caught in a micrometeor storm, and you noticed that a couple of people around you started to get really irrational and get a little bit of jittery and lose this sort of fine motor control. And it turned out it was, CO2 poisoning. You're starting to see the same thing in Garrett.
Yeah, because Garrett's in his face right now and pushing Cassius up
So-
against the wall. He's shoving him against the wall over and over and over. He's like, "Get
On
us
the
off the
micro
station!
feed,
Off
I
the
say-
station now! Get
I
us off the
say-
station!"
Brander is showing first signs of hypoxia.
Not Brander.
Garrett.
There's no me.
Garrett, I'm sorry, Garrett.
Carolinus?
I'm doing okay because I'm down a leg, so there's
Okay.
more oxygen in. I don't know.
What are you sucking on your legs oxygen
Make
now?
make an
That's not
intelligence
what-
check, Carolinus.
Okay.
Nice.
25, 42.
You really just feel like you don't care very much. Like you never really like Garrett that much anyway. It doesn't matter. Like he's just that way. But your sensibilities actually kick through, and you're like, no, actually, that was a bit odd. Yeah, that's a bit irrational. You can make a decision as you want in this situation.
I'm going to medicate myself.
Yes.
I've got a Medicae mechadendrite that should be able to tell me what my blood oxygen levels are at.
True, but they are open to interpretation. I will allow you to do that since you do have an external system, but it would be at a minus 30, just because it's a lot to do with how you interpret what an acceptable level is. And
Okay.
often
Still-
with this, it's what you're showing symptoms externally rather than your actual technical level.
That should have been one less degree of failure because I forgot to add the plus 10 in the Medicae
Okay.
mechadendrite gives as well. But it's still
You recognize that you're definitely very close to the limit. You're not sure whether you're just under it or just over it.
Okay.
But it's sort of it's interpretation at this stage, and you think you're probably just about fine enough, but you would definitely somewhere at the limit.
How long would I reckon I had time to cut or finish trying to cut? Based on your interpretation of
Well,
my mental state right now.
your mental state right now is you're still a little bit irrational, etc., and a little bit more impulsive, although your fine motor control is a little bit down at the same time. Also, you would know in the background that you can keep pushing on a little bit further because it's a very large station. For the CO2 to build up to actual toxic levels will take a lot of time. Whereas if this was, say, a small cabin, This would happen a lot more rapidly. You'd have a few hours. This.
I'd
still
be
got more
back
time.
to Cassius. He's a large fella. It's probably affecting him sooner. Make sure he try to calm him down, sit him down. Just keep him from unnecessary activity, and I just carry on cutting.
I've already table flipped and I'm stormed out the room. I'm just gonna go stalk off other parts of the station. Screw this place. This place sucks.
Okay. Make me an intelligence check.
Oh my lord. We're gonna get into this
Table
room and it's like,
flip
yeah,
to
you find
0G.
nothing. Call it now. In before, nothing in the room.
Yeah, in the dark, with not even the auxiliary lighting on, you quickly get lost in 0G in the dark. Because there is no down, really. Especially when you can't see very well.
Down is where you want to be.
And even without a down, this place is completely alien to you, and it's dark. You very quickly get lost.
Cassius,
Every direction you want to be
Cassius
traveling.
occasionally hears, phew. So I can see
Cassius
where I'm
is going
going.
down to turn the power back on. I'm working my way back down there. I'm just going to take the initiative here.
Take out. two
Okay,
shots
make
from
an
my gun.
intelligence check.
To do what? Find my way down there?
In the pitch black, with no gravity.
You guys are going to let us suffocate to
you
get
can have
inside
a
an
plus-
empty room. You know that, right?
It doesn't matter. Even with the plus 20 I was going to give you, you also get lost.
I'm sticking with Cassius,
We're going to
so
suffocate trying to get inside a room with nothing in it. I'm calling it now.
Okay, Branda, if you want to stick with Cassius, you can go and roll a intelligence as well, with a plus 20. The astropath is not going to be left
Doesn't-
alone. The astropath will choose to come with you.
Doesn't Brander have the map though?
I do, yeah. I failed the intelligence check.
Even with a bonus for the map, you would still fail it. You've got to be able to see where you are to recognize on a map. You maybe miss a few sidings and end up in the. You're like, I have no idea now. The astropath, however, goes with you, and does know the station a little bit better. He's quite insistent that you're going the wrong way, and eventually, after a good 4-hour journey in 0G, maybe a bit more like 5, 0G is slow for you guys, especially with Cassius. You just got reloaded your late bonus, I'm sorry. You do manage to find your way to the generatorium.
Agility bonus is -2 as well.
And that's for
Or
Magnus,
20
yeah.
rather.
Yeah, so it becomes really low. It's like 1 for Cassius, I believe.
Yeah, I don't think it can go lower than that unless you're using encumbrance or something like that. I think
Yeah,
like everybody gets 1 no matter what.
They can drag themselves along the ground if they have to.
No, my micro beat that I'm turning the power back on, so make the appropriate adjustments.
Okay. Did I have any time with the amount of time that they spent trying to look to do any more cutting?
Sure, you need to pass this with a lot of degrees of success, and you have a -10 because your fine mode control is now failing.
Okay.
You
No,
do manage to
one
get
to
through a
three,
couple of the power cables, but you still think you've got a few left. If you had another 16 hours, you could maybe do it.
I'm noticeably agitated when I get that call through, but after a few moments of quite acute frustration and perhaps a few expletives, I more or less, well, not quite acquiesce, but I guess I see the logic in what he's saying, and fine, and I stop cutting.
Yes, the logic, and let's not suffocate.
Have I found anywhere
It's
interesting
just
yet?
death.
You found a place which is like, it's a really long rectangular
Flights are
room.
going to come on. There's going to be one of the corpses we haven't managed
This
to take down.
episode is
And
like
Gad's
our
just going to
fly
poop himself
episode.
and run away.
You found like a
Oh,
really
love
long
Like
rectangular
Breaking
room
Bad.
with these
This
strange
episode
like
is our The Fly.
zigzag like crenellations on the side, and this sort of metal piping around it in a sort of weird spiral. It's a very strange room. You're not sure exactly what it is. And suddenly, Cassius, you.
No tech use test for turning on the power. I was so hoping that he was going to, like, I don't know, open all the airlocks or something. It was gonna be
I
something.
would
big
assume
button
that
that
when
says
you
on.
turned the power off, you explained to everyone how simply to turn it on and hooked up a simple button or something.
I'm not going to share the secrets of the priesthood with this
Okay.
psyker and backworlder.
To be fair, it is dark. Cassius, do you want me to make me a tech keys test?
Ugh.
That would be 5 degrees of failure?
I'm resigned from this mission. You guys do whatever you want. I'm just gonna sit here.
Cassius, you're not short in the dark. You try and you
I'll be
go
on
up some of the
Reddit.
generator controls, and there's a... Vroom, vroom,
This is the worst. Let's just go on to the next mission.
Vroom, vroom, vroom,
we're just-
vroom, vroom, vroom,
I kinda
vroom,
wait
vroom,
to
vroom, vroom,
unbox
vroom,
this
vroom,
whole
vroom.
time.
And one of the big, like, you're not sure what it is. It's a big object nearby. It would appear to possibly one of the central generators or something, or capacitors. Starts to glow internally with a little light, and it starts building up in terms of sound and charge.
Success! Power's on!
No, microbeat. Is that the generator? What's going on? The hell
Can
are you
everyone
doing?
hear this, or is it just Cassius, Brandon,
To
the
Cassius.
astropath?
I'm gonna,
The astropath
I'm
is
gonna
going to
use
make a
the
tech
light
use
coming.
test. And he
I'm going to
fails
use the
massively.
light coming from this thing to look around and see A, what was pressed, and B, what should be pressed.
Make me a tech use test. No
This isn't
negatives
gonna
now,
help the situation.
because there's a little bit of light down there.
This isn't going to work.
Uh-oh.
It didn't work.
Yeah,
Wasn't a critical fail at the very
It
least.
looks like Cash
One
is
point
like
away.
basically like press something on one of these big like desks. You look over to the desk and you would no idea what. It looks like someone like one of the mechanics has especially customized this desk to their exact preference. You have no idea what any of the side of the buttons do, despite the fact you've been on warships before. You do not recognize it. It's very hard in the
Does it
glow
look
anyway.
like an on button, and is there an off button next to it?
You're not sure which button he pressed?
Oh.
You must press more buttons.
Boom, boom, boom,
No, no, no.
boom, 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 boom. Something is building up.
I say, I don't know about this, and start moving towards one of the doors. I switch on my bead so that like the sound gets through to Carolinus, and I go, does that sound good?
The astropath quickly walks over and with a 0-8.
Oh!
I think you press this one and pushes it. Cassius, you'd be able to just pick up via the background of Synescience that he has activated some sort of warp power. And then power comes back on. Cassius, you'd initiated the pre-start, but you'd push the generator to the max without actually allowing any of the coolant to pump.
Yeah, so he was putting the station into meltdown.
Yep, effectively,
Space
yes.
Chernobyl.
Which would not be good.
Well, maybe this wouldn't happen if we weren't sitting here suffocating trying to get into an empty box that doesn't matter. Let's just do the next mission.
You don't know it doesn't matter. It's
It
not a
doesn't
book.
matter. It 100%.
know,
It's a
it's
giant
not a
waste
book.
Of time.
It's not a book.
I like this because this is kind of what the characters would be like right now after a
stuck here
bit
for
of
2
oxygen
weeks.
depravation.
Uh,
Carolinus, myself, just isolated, more or less just here, just listening to these idiots pressing buttons and shenanigans. Slowly, I stopped thinking of much of them as idiots and started thinking, well, maybe I should have gone and done that instead, since I can actually see my way to the machine. And slowly, like, as things normalize, I become a little bit more normal, I guess, for Carolinus.
yeah.
And
However,
go on,
as gravity turns on, Branda, Cassius, Astropath, Caroline, it's you all back to the ground. Garrett,
I slammed down face first because I was swimming around in 0G, seeing as I can't really walk.
yeah, you're like front of your helmet against the ground.
That's true, because he can't turn his mag boots on properly because he will literally stick to the floor.
Yep. No, he can turn
That's
one
it,
off
he
and then
can't
just
do-
try and grab onto something and move the next foot forwards.
Garrett,
I
Garrett,
have the other
however,
mag boot. It just sort of trails and flops about on the end
Yeah.
of the leg.
Garrett, however, the lighting comes on and you realize that this weird, like, long room you're in is actually tilted 90 degrees. You're in a stairwell.
Oh, goody.
The gravity comes back on and you smash your head on one of the like railings going past and go straight down to the bottom of the stairwell, bouncing off a few on the way down. You take 19 points of impact damage
Really?
Wow.
with an AP
None
of
of this
3.
had to happen.
I was a little
We
bit
could've
worried when I...
just Waited for Khan to get here. Just could have waited for Khan to get here, but no.
I mean, what I was about to say, and in fact, what I'm going to say, because I'm imagining 19 points of concussive force is going to just silence Garrett, and in a couple of minutes we'll be like, Is anyone here from Garrett? And then we'll look for him. But
So how much damage you take?
That would be, let's see,
I have to kill you.
-14 wounds.
No, you've gone back to full wounds for this.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh.
you've been healed. Don't worry.
Oh,
Negative
okay.
14,
Then
it's like
only
death.
only -7. Yay.
Okay, -7.
Really?
That's what took my leg off.
No,
I
no
think.
opportunity for acrobatics rolls or something to just grab onto something as he realizes.
The
I
thing
will let
is
you
that-
make an acrobatics roll to reduce the damage slightly.
I mean, it's going to be hard, but you're flailing wildly while you're falling. You might be able to, like, I don't know, jam an arm around a banister or something. Yes!
5-degree
60.
success.
You'll reduce it by your degrees of success. So 5 degrees of success.
-2.
So yeah, you're only -2, which effectively is something that
fine.
lasts for like a couple of rounds. So I don't need the warbook anymore.
Oh, but we want to see what the text is.
Okay.
Impact damage.
The text
In
is
a
like you
stairwell.
die, I'm pretty sure.
No,
At
that was your
-7,
text.
it's really bad, yeah. Once you go beyond -5 on anything, it starts getting increasingly levels
Impact
of,
damage
oh my god,
to
why?
the head. -7. Fracturing the skull and opening a long tear in the scalp. Your stun and your movement is halved for its time. -2. It causes your sight to blur and his head to spin. You suffer -10 to perception and intelligence test for like
Oh, that's not
half a
actually as
minute.
bad stuff.
So you're
Ah.
good.
Got the microbead open like as soon as I get to the bottom of the stairs. Oh, blast! Could have warned me.
You mean that? You mean when I set into the microbead, I'm turning the power back on, make the appropriate adjustments? That kind of warning?
All I hear is just a chuckle from Carolina as his microbead.
Okay.
And then after a few moments, given the kind of maybe tone of Garrett's, exclamation, I asked, "Are you all right, Garrett?"
Yeah. I think the low oxygen might have been bothering me there. Just a little
Probably
bit.
bothering most of us.
So
Chill
yeah.
out for a little while because I don't know how badly
Okay.
he's wounded. He said he's all right, so I'm just going to assume, he probably just tripped over something.
Sure.
Or
So
you-
if there's anything desperate you want to do in the next few days, you are due to be rendezvoused in about 2 days.
At this point, what I was going to finish off with previously, and what Caroline would continue to say at this point, is this is not worth the time or the effort that's going into it. Whatever was put in this box was intended to be kept in this box, and who knows? Maybe it was the Omnisci's will that we not see what's beyond this door. It wouldn't be the first door that was sealed for the betterment of the Imperium. And with that, I'd probably say, Garrett, if you want to use the bomb, you're free to, but I wash my hands of this.
I think I'd like to shoot it on our way out of here as we're leaving.
Okay. When you're leaving, you can go shoot the door. So you
So
heal
we've got
up
the bomb positioned in
over
front of the
next couple
door now.
days.
Yeah, I
Sure,
would have
you
treated
get
him.
the alien device, which you think is a bomb, and put it in front of the door. So okay, over the next 2 days, you do heal up after you get back together and be like, oh, people are injured. You heal up. You will get all your fate back in this time. And an Imperial frigate pulls alongside. You're all in the CIC for this, as this is going to be your rescue. And a familiar voice comes over the comm. Space Station Zebra. This is Inquisitor Ravan. On the Sword of Redemption. How's it going?
I gesture to Cassius as if to say, Mike's yours.
Inquisitor Avon, it's good to see you. The station is quite empty at the moment. Whatever was operating here took the crew and killed all of the guardsmen that were deployed, and so for the last few weeks, we've just been sitting tight and waiting for you to arrive.
Well, it looks like you've had quite the fight. We found debris from a Dark Elder light raider, along with some of the ship that brought you here. We did manage to salvage a few things, including your shuttle, which we put into our cargo bay.
Yes, my lord. There were definitely strange happenings. Some kind of invisible Xeno was ravaging the population on the space station and ultimately spirited them away somewhere to where we haven't found. Aside from that, we managed to, after a short engagement on the station, get the macro cannons and the lances up and running, at which point our tech priest and Brander managed to shoot down the ship as it was attempting to retreat after we had killed their advanced scouts.
Remarkable. I'll be coming down docking bay 3. Please make all necessary preparations for my arrival, and I'll be on board shortly.
We await with anticipation, my lord.
Cassius was having this conversation, I assumed that we were on the command deck and we were all privy to that, at least that one side of it. Would I be able to double check the information that we'd acquired through the various logs? Because it was my understanding that the captives were on the ship we blew up.
Sure. So what are you trying to find out in particular?
I'm just trying to double check whether my interpretation of the data that we had was accurate. Because Cassius mentioned that he didn't know where the people had been spirited off, but Carolinus was operating with the impression
I can't tell you whether your interpretation of any data is correct. I can only confirm.
I know, but I can look over the data. Basically, I'm asking, can I recheck the data, the camera feeds, and things like that?
Sure. What are you looking for?
I'm looking for information on where these people were taken. Like, were they on that ship? Were they
all the cameras
ship
stopped working when the power started fluctuating until you came back on board and restored it.
Oh, I wonder where we got that information from then.
There's not much information available about where they really went to. You've got ever so slight flickering of camera feeds every now and again. But particularly a lot of the power systems earlier on were even more down than when the infantry came on board.
That's fine then. Perhaps Carolinus was simply drawing conclusions from he was connecting dots that shouldn't have been connected. That's fine.
Okay. So with a heavy clunking sound, the docking bay nearest the frigate connects. The panel in front of you tells you that there's a hard seal and asks you if you would mind opening your side of the docking bay.
Is that a control that we can use from up here?
Yeah, or you can do it from down there. You can do either one.
I'm talking to Cassius. Perhaps we should be ready to receive the delegation at the docking bay.
I think that would be very, very wise. While they're docking, I go and I get the pristine Eldar helmet, the one that I got from the second one that got his leg shot off, and then also the poison dagger. And I bring those with me because my intent is to present them as gifts to Ravon, or at least as indications of what happened here, as proof.
Okay. You go grab those. Anyone else? Anything you want to do before you head down to the docking bay?
I'll probably head down immediately because it'll take me a while longer to get there.
Okay, you head down with your cane. Effectively, you've got like a medical. What's it called?
Crutch.
I was just going to use the chainsaw for that.
Donk.
Okay.
Donk. You're gonna dull that blade.
I leave like a trail of like cuts in the plating of the deck that you can follow to work out the route I took.
Okay. Everyone else head down there?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So you head down to the effectively the.
Make sure my armor is all shiny for this guy.
Inside. Your armor is as shiny as it's ever going to really get at this stage. Still fairly new. It does gleam quite a bit. And with a heavy... the airlock opens. There's a sound of slight venting air as though part of this gantry is still not fully repaired, but it's very minor. You just hear this slight whistling in the background. As coming forth is Ravan in heavy cloth fatigues, big... raven sort of black feathered cloak, twin bolt pistols, one put at his hip, the other one across his chest, walks in, familiar bald head with massive cut down the side of his face. Alongside him run in 24 armsmen who quickly fan out and go straight past you to secure parts of the station, along with a small team of lowly tech priests who quickly pull in some scanning gear and start making a sort of inventory list of, wow, that all needs to be replaced. Ravan heads forwards towards Cassius. Cassius. Carolinus, Branda. Garrett.
I nod.
You destroyed
Even my
Dark
optical
Elder.
mechadendrite kind of does a little nod.
You managed to destroy a Dark Elder Raider. All by yourselves?
At mention of this, I take a knee essentially, and I say, "My lord, we have slain the enemies of the Imperium," and I hold the helmet and the dagger up, essentially.
He nods, takes them both from you, looks at them. It would seem you're far more capable than I thought. Khan has been hiding your true expertise from me.
I stand back up, and I say, "My lord, Khan's operating constraints are different from those that we prefer to use."
At this point, I pipe up. It was an Emperor-damned suicide mission.
Raise my brow.
I'm like
Not gonna say
hanging
anything.
from a handle on the side of the thing. I'm not happy.
I say, "My
Missing
lord,
a
you must
leg.
forgive Brander. He was forced
Yeah,
to
as Brandon
sacrifice his
says,
leg for the
an
Empire."
Emperor damned. He feels the weight of my metal hand just press onto his shoulder, and then the fingertips just kind of squeeze. Not for pain, but clearly, wait, hold back. You're saying things you're not going to be able to take back. There's clear, kind of comrade concern. There's like, no. And as Cassius begins to speak, my mouth closes because I was clearly about to do the same thing. I'm just kind of pressing. He can feel his weight on his shoulder, kind of drawing him back.
Branda, you noticed that Ravan, half of his mouth smiles a lot. The other half seems to be pretty much stationary around the scar. Branda, sometimes suicide missions are necessary for the Imperium so that the Imperium may better function, or some tasks may go complete, even should lives be thrown away. As far as I'm aware, this is not a suicide mission that we knew when we sent you here. Do you have some sort of complaint?
At this, I speak up. My lord, please.
No, Carolinus. Let Brenda answer this one.
Double eyebrow raise now.
Yeah, I step kind of to the side so that the
I draw
line
my
of
hand
sight
off
is
Brandon's
clear
shoulder. He's on
between the
his
two
own.
of them.
I just gesture to the leg and, well, the not leg, the lack of leg.
You didn't
We're
bring
like,
it
I'm
with you.
just-
You could have had it over your shoulder,
I imagine that's just been disposed of. I just I'm just a little annoyed about this.
He smiles again. Somewhat understandable, but hysteria does not is not something becoming of an Imperial servant. Nonetheless, we got your transmission, and another tech priest hurries forwards, handing him a cloth-wrapped parcel. And he unwraps it, and it's an entire leg section. We have brought you a suitable replacement. I believe this should fulfill your requirements.
My
Thank you,
optical
my lord.
mechadendrite kind of extends a little bit, just quickly scanning it before
He
sliding
hands it to
back a little
Branda.
bit.
My lord, I raise my finger.
Which
I'll
finger?
I'll take the leg.
Okay, you take the leg, leaving you a little bit unsteady as now you're holding a leg
Yeah,
trying to...
I have to sort of balance a bit and. grab
Ravan
it.
now just turns away, and you get the feeling that maybe that was half his intention, to leave you a little bit off of balance. In more way than one. Yes, Cassius?
You might do well, my lord, to warn your servants aboard the ship. When we arrived, the entire place has been honeycombed with traps since we got here. Every single corridor has had some kind of explosive or tripwire or otherwise deadly device hidden inside of it. You may wish to warn your servants that as they do their work, to be vigilant, lest they end up like poor Brander here.
He nods off to one of the armsmen near him, and the armsman quickly puts his hand to his helmet like he's making a message. Thank you. Now, I wish to go check on something. I assume you found no sign of anyone here, nor of Joseph Sierre.
Everyone was gone, my lord. The only ones left were the dead guardsmen, who were apparently tortured and flayed all over the station.
I interrupt Cassius, murmuring, and the astropath.
That's true. Carolina speaks truly. The astropath remains, and in addition, there was also one member of the Mechanicus who remained.
Very well. I'm sure the armsman will collect them. Where is this Mechanicus you speak of?
He's deceased, my lord, but we still have his body, and I looked at Carolinus.
I'm already locking eyes with the other Mechanicus member in Ravan's party, and we're exchanging nods.
He nods to you and speaks at you in binary. I assume the normal preparations have been made.
Indeed. His components are preserved and unspoiled, and I tell him where, effectively.
We should go collect him. Thank you, brother. And he heads off. Now, come with me. There is something I need to check immediately.
I nod, and I fall in step.
I follow Cassius.
He's about to see this door, and he's going to lose his shit on us for messing with it. I know it.
He begins to make his way
I knew
slowly
this was a bad idea.
through the station, up a few levels towards towards the sealed room that you have spent the last week and a half trying to get through. He steps out onto the floor, and instantly he can see that where like bits of flooring and some of the girders have been cut away around it by Carolinus earlier. This looks like it was done with welding torches. I've never heard of Dark Elder using such tools before.
Not them, us. Not them, us. We were attempting to breach the door.
I interject and I say, we were concerned from some of the readings that the datapad was giving that the Eldar had put some kind of, or I guess the Xenos had put some kind of explosive device in this area.
At that, he would clearly see there is an undetonated warhead right.
Yeah, he steps out a little bit further and notices this sort of sleek black, slightly blue carapaced device laying on the floor in front of the door. Part of its shell peeled away, a lot of components inside, some little lights that are flickering slightly, and most of it a fused mass. Then why is there some sort of Dark Eldar shell in front of the door?
I look to Cassius, but my optical mechadendrite looks to Garrett.
My lord, we were searching for similarities in the technology. We were unfamiliar with the intricacies of the technology being employed here, and so we were using them as references.
A door? He just seems completely...
Lord, I think we can both agree that there's much more to this than just a door. It seems to be wired into the very power systems and defensive systems of the ship.
And you saw fit to bring a Xenos device to it? He's having a hard time running this through his head right now. He's a little bit lost.
I know. He should just go with it. Like, part of me, see, out of character, Cassius right now wants to be like, I wanted nothing to do with this. I was curious at first, but then after they dicked around for like 3 days, I was like, forget this thing. But I can't snitch out the rest of the group. So Cassius isn't really sure what to do right now.
Snitch like a pro. Come on, Ravan's your boy.
Carolinus, since Cassius seems to be a bit lost for words, can you explain, as the representative of the Mechanicus and the technology-oriented one of the group, why exactly you have brought this Xenos device in front of this door, and why exactly half of this deck seems to be removed from the rest of the ship? Stepping forward, he looks into the front of the door and sees that it's being cut in a few places.
I'm sitting here just like this at this point.
Certainly, my lord. Upon inspection of this area, it was conspicuous that it was the only sealed bulkhead on the entire station. The Xenos had been remarkably thorough in removing any other trace of any of the survivors. It seemed odd that this was the only door that they had not attempted to breach, though on closer inspection, I gestured to Cassius. Cassius noted that there did, in fact, seem to be some tampering with the door, some sort of, for lack of a better word, energy discharge made against it. We were concerned that...
As he says, his face kind of changes, and suddenly it becomes like almost like a blank slate.
Okay.
He turns back towards the door, opens the keypad, looks into it, pushes his finger against it, flickers green, the door, and then ding, ding, where you have kind of cut a chunk out of it.
I am leaning all the way around Ravon just to see what's in the door.
I'm resisting right now.
And the air gets ever so slightly colder.
I actually step closer to Cassius. And
he puts
am
one
I here
hand on the
or
door.
could I not keep up?
You are here. He did walk slow enough that you could keep up just. You had to push yourself, but he kept you just on edge. He puts one hand on the side of the door, focuses for a second, opens his eyes again, and pulls the door open. One hand on the side of the door, one hand on the frame itself. And you see inside a room that is predominantly empty, except for, very obviously in the center, is one mechanical-looking device. Caroline, if you would recognize this, this is some sort of a pretty high-tech battery. Since Caroline has suddenly disappeared. I'm assuming you can still hear me through the headset. Branda, you probably recognize it too, having been around warships or not. It's effectively a very large, heavy-duty energy storage device. A very high-duty battery, normally used for sort of, if you need desperately to have, say, your auxiliary power going for a while, this would be one of the things that stores enough power to make that happen.
And I'm mumbling, but a little louder than mumbling. What the dreck is that?
However, it looks like portions of it have been melted and fused, and the entire inside of the ear is marked with sort of plasma arcs where some sort of discharge has hit large portions of the wall and slagged the inside metal. There's even a load of light aluminium kind of shelving nearby stapled to the side of the wall, and anywhere that has been hit as a fairly low melting point metal, it has been just vaporized or slagged instantly. It looks like this thing had majorly discharged at some point fairly recently, as the air stinks as it now wafts out the smell of effectively vaporized metal and ozone. Did you do this?
My lord, seeing the discharge inside, would I reference that was what was on the outside too? Is it a similar case?
Yeah, the outside was a lot more mild.
Okay. My lord, this happened before we tampered with the door. If you see here, and I go to the door and I show him what my perception check showed, the discharge happened. This is what caused us to become interested. We feared there might be some kind of mechanical failure. On the outside of the door here, you can see that there was some kind of discharge.
Looking in, would I see that the marks where the discharge had slagged the sort of shielding inside kind of line up?
Yeah.
I'll just make a casual comment on that in more or less a sort of just an observation. Oh, that's interesting. It seems that it appears that whatever caught your eye, Cassius, did indeed originate from this device. Or maybe something like, oh, that explains it then, sort of thing.
Do you know why this happened?
No, my lord.
The station was barely functioning when we arrived. Many of the systems had been badly damaged. Much of the operational systems at this point are operational only because of my intervention and counseling of the machine spirits still operational within the station.
As far as our scans detected, most of the station is still working, and most of the systems do seem to be online. I would be amazed if you managed to fix this much of a station in such a short period of time, Caroline, despite your abilities.
Damn, son.
When you got here, were you reading something
I
like
imagine you
erratic
said that
energy
out loud.
readings?
Was that sorry?
When you got here, were you reading some sort of erratic energy readings? Suppressed in a certain area of the ship?
I looked to Brandon. Didn't you not mention something about odd energy readings when we arrived?
Did I? I don't remember now.
Oh no,
Wait, there was something.
Bent them no.
It's okay, Garrett. You're just in the background like, oh, Ravon just burned you. Oh, damn, son. Carolina's
We're trying to
getting
get
served.
Luke.
Help me out here, E. I remember that we saw something. It was the ship and something else.
When you
You don't
scan the
remember,
station
then
itself,
the
you notice
character
that something had
doesn't remember.
impacted just below the lance turret, and that's where most of the damage was centralized in terms of systems that are offline. That something is now standing right next to Ravan.
I'll relay that then. There was some sort of impact here.
Ravan now looks down at this device, stoops closer. This is a haywire bomb used by Eldar pirates to disable and damage electrical systems. Where did this impact?
It was close to the lance batteries.
Not far from here. That would explain it. Very well. Mr. Thrail, I believe you're in need of a new leg. Tech Priest Drackle. Go see to it.
I do so. I lead Brander up.
He was getting into character. That was him walking off down the hallway as quickly
Exactly.
as possible.
He's
On it.
installing
I just don't want to be here anymore.
your
pretty
new
much.
leg. Your new leg is now 3 ferrets.
Caligo.
Yeah, I limp
Yes, my
away
lord.
with some support from Carolina, assumingly.
Yeah. Anything to get us away faster.
Caligo. I want you to check around the station, using your abilities to sense if you detect any sort of demonic intrusion. Ironhand,
Wilson.
go with him. Make sure that he is taken care of.
As
As
I'm
you
walking
wish.
away, I'm going to cast Warp Perception again at rating 3 this time. I'm not going to use Sorcery.
Okay.
I feel like that's a bad idea with an Inquisitor on board. Just be like, oh, hoobity doobity doobity doobity. Let's just not do that right now.
Okay, cast it.
Roll for it.
Damn.
Yeah, look at that shit.
So I got a plus 30 to my awareness. And then also I can cast Omniscience using Perception or Willpower, and so
Okay,
I might
cool.
be able to even that out too.
Let's
but
at least
a
get
little bit.
outside the door so
Sure.
that Ravon doesn't see you fall on your face when you fail Sinusine.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so you're going to wait until you're outside the door to do that.
Yes.
Okay. Sure. So you get off this level and you start doing a ring of the station. Just roll me one Sinusence check.
Okay. Trying to decide if I want to do it with Willpower or with Perception. I think Perception's better.
Okay.
Derp.
Shit.
There's a lot
gonna-
of feedback. Oh,
I'm gonna fade it.
you're gonna fade it. Okay.
This is like specific. This is straight from the Inquisitor. I can't screw this up.
Oh,
Clearly
but
you can. Clearly you
Every
can.
time. What is
Oh,
it
but
with
you can.
Sinuscience?
You-
Every
I just-
time. It's a
I just
dead
put-
stat for me.
Your
It's like,
chance
why
has
do I
gone
put
up again
points into
now.
this?
It's
I
not
put my
50-50 anymore,
hand-
it's 55 now. And
I
you're still
reach up and I
not.
put my hand on Cassius's shoulder and I just shake my head. Next time, my friend.
I never fail a cast. I always fail Sinuscience. It's the weirdest thing, and they use the same stat. They use the same stat.
This is your dump spell, okay? All the others are great. This is your dump.
So good.
This is why he's turned to chaos, by the way.
It's like, why do I always succeed with the exact same stat on different checks? It's just like,
Yeah, so you spend the next quite a few hours, you don't really want to fail on this, going around the station, trying desperately to pick up anything or detect any sort of intrusion. All you can really pick up is that massive, absolutely gigantic warp storm nearby, and the terror and pain that's been left by the torture of that many people previously. There's not a lot here.
Do we find any more corpses?
While we're off, I'm gonna go get the astropath.
Okay,
He's
so
gonna do it for me.
You head down to the astropath, who is currently flanked by 2 naval troops in full-on body armor and faceless void-sealed masks and shotguns. They look at you, but they step respectfully away as the astropath sort of worriedly and very sort of paranoidly looks between them like, Cassius, what's going on?
I got a big old smile, looking right in through the door, just waving my hand. Come on.
I'm not completely sure, but the Inquisitor requires your aid, brother. I'm unfortunately unable to sift through the energies of this area due to the warp storm nearby. Is your mind more focused than mine is? This is not the normal theater that I'm used to operating inside of.
I can try. Are we safe now?
Yes. The reinforcements, the cavalry is here.
On their space horses.
Space cavalry.
One of the naval officers comes towards you. We will accompany you. We're not meant to let the astropath out of our sight.
I nod, as you wish.
Give him a fair stretch of space, will you? He seems extremely intimidated by you. You are quite intimidating.
Yes, sir.
Look at that shit.
Damn.
Look at that shit. It's so upsetting. He has the exact same score that I have. I have 55, he has 60. I can't make it.
So, you do a few circuits of the station, and you notice that...
Get the salt salad. We need to gather this resource. Let not the grain go to waste.
The hair on his head start to, just prickle up ever so slightly as it starts to stand on end. And his pupils, dilate, contract. Something was here. Something was here. It's gone now.
Do you know if it was... I look at the guardsman, and I kind of lower my voice. Do you know if it was demonic in nature?
Definitely something not of our plane. I think you're right. It could well have been. You can feel its energy. It's been around.
Cassius, hold me.
It's... Oh, God. The voices...
You did this, Cassius. This is the second person you
He starts clutching his head.
Second person.
I extend a hand and put it on his shoulder, and I say, focus, brother.
Make a
Steal your
check.
mind.
You gotta do the Vulcan mind meld, man. You gotta help
This is
him
not
out.
going to go well. Oh, it is. Hooray.
Oh.
Whoa!
Very nice.
Thank you, brother.
Telepathica homies.
If that will be all, I feel I need to get a lie down.
Of course. Thank you for your assistance. Do you have a location where the feeling was the strongest before I leave you?
It felt like towards the center, maybe towards the upper spinal mount, somewhere around below the lance battery.
Thank you. I appreciate your assistance.
Be careful. Whatever it is, it felt... There was a connection there. There was something waiting for it.
I nod, and then looking at the guardsman, I say, I assume you'll see him safely back to his quarters?
We'll take him towards the frigate, sir.
At that, I look a little worried, and I say, do you know what's to become of him?
He's right there, by the way.
I know, telepathica homies. I'm trying to
Okay.
figure out.
Come with me. Just a briefing, sir.
Very well. I wish to stress, should it come up in conversation, that he has been integral to the investigation.
Is there something like insight in this? Like, would you just roll fellowship or something?
Yeah,
To see if
scrutiny.
someone's telling you the truth?
Fellowship,
Scrutiny. Scrutiny's fellowship, yeah. I was just
Yeah, if
wondering.
you wanted to
I'm
use
not
that
based here.
all along, by the way, we've been talking to lots of people about stuff. You just shout, I want to do a scrutiny fellowship roll.
I do have... No, I
yeah.
have inquiry. I don't have scrutiny.
You've got high fellowship, though. It's going to be minus
Yeah.
20, but...
It's still... I'd have less than a 1. I mean, I guess I can scrutiny it just to say that I did.
This guy is in full like faceplate and stuff. It'll be very hard to tell, and quite
Yeah,
frankly,
exactly.
yeah, you can't really read everything off him. He's just very rigid right now, very formal. Should it come up, sir, I will be sure to mention it. You, quick, to the frigate. We spent enough time here. March him away.
I nod my head towards Cassius, saying, "Let's head there. See if you can sense it better."
I would think that he's already sensed it, so we should go back to Ravon. We've got the location he asked for.
You don't wish to get some more information first?
It's not exactly how that works. It's more of just kind of a feeling that you get. It doesn't have any solid form, and it doesn't...
Now you've been told what to exactly look for, and it's a guy who you have mind meddled with in the past, etc. I would like to make another one once you reach the location.
Okay.
Provided you tell me you go to the specific location, I will tell you then, sure, you can make a test. But it would be a small negative. But yeah, you've been told what to look for.
That's where I'm going.
You sure you don't want to steal
sigh
a
and I
final
follow him.
glance to your telepathica homie? Because
No.
I've got a funny feeling that he's about to be debriefed off the mortal coil.
Yes,
I'm going to talk to
debriefed at the
Ravon
end
about
of
it.
the
I'm going to
gun.
make this happen.
Okay. So where do you head?
To the place that he said, where it was below the Lance battery on like the upper part of the spinal, whatever the hell it was called. I don't know. I don't build spaceships.
That's vaguely
Publish by
where
amount.
the room was.
Oh, really? Okay. Oh, so should I sign Niscience here now?
So yeah, you want to go to the room?
Yeah, that's
I mean,
fine.
Ravon's there already.
All right, when
You
you
can
get to the
tell him
room,
what's up at the same time.
you start headed up there, and it seems almost deathly quiet. You can hear very faintly in the distance the sound of a very small, very fine, like almost like some sort of very small drill, just. And as you
Dremel,
round
fine.
the corner towards the room itself, you notice inside the room, Ravon is painstakingly, sort of sweat dripping down his brow, carving sigils into the side all along the inside of the room. Cassius! What are you doing back here? Did you not find something you were looking for on the outside of the station?
My lord, I did indeed find what I was looking for with the aid of my brother Telepathica. There does seem to have been some kind of incursion onto the station, and it originates from around this area somewhere.
I'm aware. I was more hoping you would be able to find if it was still around on the edge of the station.
Can I sign Niscience that to check?
You can since it's where you are, sure, you've already signed it since the edge of the station.
Okay. Here it comes.
In before 100.
Oh. Don't. Don't.
I'm gonna fade it. I don't care.
Okay.
I have to win this.
Don't.
Son of a bitch!
I can just imagine. Like we left the room the first time to do all these tests, just so Ravon couldn't see him.
This random generator is not random.
Fail.
I call bullshit on this dice roll.
And
I call
and now we're
bullshit.
standing right next to Ravon, and he's like looking straight at Cassius, like, "You find anything yet, boy?" Like, no.
I don't care. If you actually start passing these one day, I am going to go in to the character sheet, the JavaScript in the background, and I'll make sure that the rolling range is between 70 and 100, because this has to continue being a thing. If the Gods of Fate one day... I have no idea how you managed this. What did you do to Nuffle?
Nothing, apparently. It's just Psyniscience, because I've never failed a spellcast. I've never gotten perils. I've never gotten psychic phenomena and dozens of rolls. This is my payback. I can't win a Psyniscience. But at least I don't blow up the galaxy, so that's cool. I mean, on the plus side.
In return, you're occasionally given rolls like 3 out of 5 for Medicaid.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, then you can spot hypoxia. You can't do psychic stuff.
I say, my lord, unfortunately, the warp storm's so near. This is not an area that I'm used to operating inside of. It's very, very difficult for me to distinguish things from the warp storm.
Well, I could do you not only for your talents as a psyker, but at least your family name. At least some of that is still intact. Ironhand, I hope he doesn't come to any trouble.
I love this. The thin lip, like, I hate my life. I hate it.
You're like a 9-year-old just getting bitched out by your mom right now, and you can't say shit back because you'll catch a whooping.
I killed a Dark Eldar ship. I gave a godly back massage, and you're giving me shit for this? What?
Yeah.
Sorry, what did Ravon say?
Ironhand, I hope Caligo didn't get into trouble.
Not at all. He's been the most.
Talking to him, no, he's talking across.
He's been the most steadfast of all of us.
I've never run away. It's true.
I pee and poop myself all the time.
Good to know.
He adds it to a file on his data slate.
Incontinent.
Poops himself.
Ravon will remember that.
Yeah.
Put in a word, acquire diapers.
Yeah.
Make a requisition
Diapers
roll.
on
Yeah, you
Heresy.
can't.
I'm just trying to get the worst stuff out so that he can't just lay it on me. He's been doing that to everyone else so far.
Do you actually
Brander
say
got a
you pee and
leg.
poop yourself?
Yes.
You genuinely say that?
He's a feudal worlder. He has no tact.
He was like, oh, well, this is like a funny thing. In this really super tense, serious, with your boss. Oh.
Caligo, take Ironhand away from here.
I tap him on the. I kind of slap him on the shoulder. I'm like, "Let's go, buddy." It's kind of a mutter. There's clearly resignation. This is not going to get better. We need to go.
Oh my god!
Someone in the comments just said, "Plot twist: Khan is the good cop."
God.
The funny thing with this is that all of this makes Carolinus's being bitched out seem quite trivial. He just basically said, "Look, I don't think you held this whole place together, even as good as I hear you are." And you guys, it's like, yeah, you know what? The only good thing about you is a family name, and I don't even want you in the room with me. Be gone. It's like, yep. Me and
having
Miranda,
a
we
super
exited
serious
at the right
conversation,
time.
like to an inquisitor. You're like, I poop myself.
As Ironhand walks down the hallway, I do turn on my boot heel and I say, "My lord, what is to become of my telepathic brother, the astropath?"
We will check for any demonic contamination. Whether his mind is still sound after everything he's been through. Should that be the case, he can continue to serve, perhaps in a more watched regard, the Inquisition.
I wish to express that, well, my lord, I wish to beg mercy on his behalf. Without him, the signal would have never arrived at you to come to our aid. And without him, we would have never known that there was a demonic incursion on board either. His assistance was integral to the investigation.
Ironhand, go on ahead. Cassius will capture you up.
Sir?
Are you sure he trusts him not to like stop somewhere down the line and just stop pooping himself? Because you know.
You hear the sounds of just farts walking down the hallway.
So Garrett walks on ahead, and Ravon waits a good 30-40 seconds just staring at you, Cassius. And then he steps forward, like a foot from you. Cassius, I believe You may have got the wrong impression of my practices working for Khan. Not all of us are so anti-psyker as some in the Inquisition. A foolish notion, nonetheless, considering that the great God Emperor himself is a psyker. I too can be merciful at times, should that be in the Emperor's best interests.
I bow slightly, and I say, "Of course, my lord. I simply wish to convey the astropath's contributions to the most recent investigation."
Put it in your report. And this time, send me a copy at the same time.
I nod and bow slightly.
He puts his finger to his ear. You can't really see a microbead there, but you assume he has one. Sergeant, make sure the astropath is looked after for the moment.
Thank you, my lord. And I wait, obviously, like, as though I need to wait to be excused, essentially. It's like when you're done with dinner, but, like, your parents are still eating, so you're, like, in that, like, state where you're like, can I be excused? I don't know.
That's when you stack silverware. Now you can put the knife underneath the fork, and you can have the fork raised up, and you put another fork on top.
Cassius, considering the last transmission we talked before this did raise some particular issues, I hope I can rely on you to be discreet when I request information from you in future.
Of course, my lord. I live to serve.
As do we all. It may come as a shock to you, but it does not exactly behoove us to admit that sometimes the Almighty Inquisition does not work in lockstep together.
My investigations have led me to the exact same assessment, my lord.
Yes. Very well, I must get back to this before... I must finish my work. Cassius, we will talk later.
I make the sign of the Aquila, and I said, "The Emperor protects, my lord," and then I start walking away.
That he does. Okay, and he heads back into the room, and you start hearing as you're leaving...
Would I have recognized those sigils with my warp knowledge? Like, now that I know sorcery, would I have recognized those as being sorceress?
Ooh, because you know sorcery, I will let you make... I won't tell you what it is. You can make an intelligence check at -20. Because that's what it would be.
All right. No.
Although you've got used to a few sigils that can sort of form and focus warp power. Those don't look particularly close. There is a certain runic element here and there that is familiar, but they don't look close to anything that you've used.
Okay.
And you leave to go catch up with Ironhand. This is when we're going to take a break. When we get back from the break, hopefully Caroline's will have fitted Brand a new limb, and everything will be hunky-dory.
A delicate operation, will you, for another 3 months?
Yeah, just trying to get into another...
painstakingly each individual nerve.
You were on the station for 2 weeks, and you almost, like, blew up a room, vented the air. Like, I don't want to think what would happen if you were for 3 months. So we're going to be going to a quick 6-minute break. We will be back, so do not worry. We will be only a short time, so do feel free to go get a drink, go to the toilet, whatever.
I'm going to get a drink. An alcoholic one. I need it after this.
Sadly, I think I'm out, but yes, me too. But we'll be back in 6 minutes, so, don't tune out. We'll be back in a bit. Hello, and welcome back to Roll for It. We're playing some Dark Heresy today. Do remember to go check out the Patreon and all that kind of good jazz. Remember that we're also starting our second show this Wednesday, 1 hour later at 9 p.m. GMT, 1 p.m. PST, playing Dungeons and Dragons. We're going to dive back in where we were before, which was you were just relinquishing the space station over to Ravan and his forces, and Caroline and Brando were both down in the medbay fitting a leg. Caroline, so make me a Medicaid check. A couple of the other tech priests are going to help you for this one, so you will get a plus 30. And you've got the right area.
They're just praying, right? I mean, there you go.
This is something like the simplest operation you've ever done. Like, it just goes so smoothly. Like, everything.
You
don't
have
even need
to
like
knock
fiddle
him
around.
out and stuff.
Yeah, the wound is just so clean.
It's fairly mundane. It's not a particularly high quality leg, so there isn't as much to need to connect up to it. I administer an anesthetic. Are you going to insist that it's just I just anesthetize the area I'm working on, or do you want a general anesthetic? Do you want to be awake for this? I'm going to be filing down the bone. I'm going to have to open this up.
I leave it to Carolinus's judgment.
Don't do that.
This is not
Don't
my.
He is a
Carolinus, you
by
give him
trade.
a local anesthetic.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna be described. I find this fascinating, and I'm just gonna be praising him. You're getting closer to the Omnisire. I realize that my words are perhaps a little bit lost on you, but I'm gonna be nodding away, and the other tech priests, we're all gonna be nodding. This is a good step for you, and we're gonna be praising it.
You're like stuck in the middle of a group of those 16-year-old Mormons right now, who are just like, that's basically where you are right now.
Like, this was a mistake. Can I switch to general anesthetic mid-operation?
I am afraid that we are too far into the operation.
Oh, great.
At this point, you're just smelling the bone, because, it wasn't completely clean. I'm filing this down to make it a proper connection. Just these drills just grinding away the bone. It is a very distinctive, bony... Yeah. I'm enjoying myself, though.
One of the other tech priests pulls out a little bit of this ripped muscle that needs to be extricated and just pulls it out in front of you. There we go.
Yep. We keep slipping into binary every now and then, but I translate. Every now and then we chuckle and kind of look shiftily at you.
Brenda, did you look?
I don't translate those bits.
You have to explain the jokes.
No, we don't.
Looking's going to make me do a test, isn't it?
Will you have looked in character?
He will.
He's in the Navy.
Please make me a fear test. You'll get plus 30.
Oh no! If my patient tries to run away. This is fantastic. I've strapped him down. I want this pointed out now.
He's missing a leg. Where the fuck is he gonna run to? He might hop a little ways, but you're gonna catch him.
Nice.
Hey!
Oh, I'm fine. I can take this. I
You
already took my
look
leg
down
actually being
and-
moved.
yeah.
You've
taken a
very
beating
curious
before.
about
You've
this
sing some worse things, and frankly, you're just done with it right now. You've seen a lot of crap on this station. You just bite down on the little bit of leather that they've given you, and just watch as bits of your leg come out, and then suddenly there's a sort of burning sensation, and then a clank, and suddenly you feel a lot more weight on your leg. And a couple of hours later, they start asking you, "Can you feel this? Can you move?" etc. Blah blah blah. And the operation turns out to be a complete success.
calibrating things here and there. I mean, I imagine it isn't, because you have to make slight tweaks, a little bit, not quite as sharp reflexes.
Oh yeah, to begin with, for the first few weeks,
there.
you'll be every day you'll be dialing things up and down in some places, just certain joints here and there. To begin with, you're going to be a little bit off of that leg.
Literally shaking with excitement. She really enjoyed that operation. I want you to understand. Very, very. This was like a dream come true. She's literally shivering out of excitement right now.
This is a Mechaduke right stream.
Is she feeding on leg bits?
Yes, that is exactly. Yes. Oh no.
Flesh.
It's actually
When
not
you
too
said-
far.
When you said the bit about can you feel this, is there feeling in this leg at all, or is it just a weight?
We've hooked it up to, like I said, it's not a good quality, so you haven't got skin level feedback from contact, but you can feel resistance and things like that. Yeah.
Yeah, effectively, like,
Okay.
there are certain, like, each plate on the leg is attached to certain sensors, and if a plate is pushed against, you can feel that you're getting some pressure. It's very much, like, not, like, localized on your skin, like, you'll feel like your forearms being pressed against, rather than, like, there, or there.
Yeah.
But
I have like
you will,
basic things like because
Yeah.
this is a normal quality, it's going to function more or less like a leg. It's it is basically a perfect replacement for your leg, but I would say that it's not going to have the same level of feedback coming through. You'd probably be able
Yeah.
to tell differences in heat.
For
when the
everyday
wind is blowing.
stuff, you will be generally, like, fine. Stuff like, say, if someone got a feather and went like that across your leg, you would not notice it. If someone got, say, like a curling iron and went like that across your leg, you might not notice it to begin with. So
Someone got an
ups and
axle
downs.
grinder and rubbed it against you, like you'd notice that.
Yeah. But, after a little while, you start feeling that your leg's okay. The other tech priests head out, and you're left with Carolinus. And at this point, Ravan comes down. Carolinus, Branda, how's the leg?
The Inquisitor. I give a more detailed report than necessary until I realize who I'm talking to, and then I just summarize it in, yes, the operation was a roaring success. It is well fitted. It'll need a little bit of tweaking, but it is good work.
I'm sure I'll get used to it.
Connected to the knee bone.
Carolinus does this sort of thing by choice.
Yes, well, Mechanicus have their quirks. It
I
is
raise
not
a
for
brow,
us-
but then I grin.
It is not for us followers of the Emperor to really understand those who follow the machine god. He has his own set of doctrines.
I can appreciate their work anyway, and I pat on the leg.
Very well. Is there anything you would like to tell me, either of you? Any further information?
I looked at him squarely for a moment, and it's clear that I'm not really certain what he's asking. And after a few seconds of consideration, my lord, there's much that we could say on the encounter in general, but is there any specific information that you require?
No, I was just merely wondering if anything had been left out.
I have
see.
yet to complete my report, but it shall be thorough.
I assume you found no sign of the psychers.
I'm afraid not, my lord. As Cassius mentioned, it seems that they were spirited away. I know
None of
not
the-
where.
None of the 28 psychers at all found here.
Beyond the astropath, there was only one living person on this station, one of the unfortunate members of the advanced guard. Her death was perhaps a mercy.
Very well. I'll read that in your report. Branda.
I turn away as he addresses Brandon, and I just start cleaning the various utensils which are bloody and gory. Just filing them away.
I believe I promised you some answers.
Indeed you did, sir.
Carolinus, would you mind leaving me in Lieutenant Thrail?
I look over my shoulder for a moment. Of course, my lord. I'll not stray far, should Lieutenant require any further assistance with his new limb. I won't be but a moment away. And I leave, and I close the door on my way out.
He goes over to a nearby chair, pulls it over to your bed, sits down, opens a pocket on the inside of this coat that he's got on, pulls out 2 cigars, hands you one,
I'll take it.
lights it for you. Three questions. And I will answer them as best I can, but understand there are still some things I cannot tell you.
take a moment to think about it. And then I say, what's on Ichthion?
Right now?
In terms of creatures, people, it's clear that our methods were not as thorough as initially
It is
thought.
estimated that there are somewhere in the region of maybe a couple of 100,000 people in total all over the planet. Last time I checked, that's probably gone down since then. Estimated to be a few thousand gene stealers at minimum. There's a lot of ruins, a lot of rubble, and a few sites that were deemed worth saving that I cannot talk about. One of the few things that I'm afraid I cannot disclose to you as of yet, as they are still subject of an inquisitorial conclave.
Think for a moment longer, and then say, how are they alive?
Do you remember when we left your planet, Randa?
Of course.
Do you remember me telling you that we were going to exterminate your planet to be able to cleanse it from the gene stealers that had infected it?
Yes.
I assume you remember looking out of the viewing window, watching fire rain down upon your planet.
Yes, though I'm beginning to doubt that particular memory.
Allow me. And he reaches forwards and touches the side of your head. And as you concentrate on that memory, it feels like something comes unattached at the edges. And suddenly you recognize that memory more as something like someone's blue-tacked a piece of paper over something else. And although you have that memory, it is completely disattached. It feels almost out of place. And you vaguely remember, or more likely remember, the idea of instead just seeing pinpoint lance strikes and orbital bombardment, not a full-on exterminatus. Deliberately raised certain areas of the planet, for sure, but there was no atmosphere of fire, no full-on maelstrom of destruction that would have left a planet completely uninhabitable. I'm sorry, Branda. I was given a choice. While the Conclave debated the fate of your planet, anyone without enough clearance would have to be silenced. Now, I preferred, as a loyal Imperial servant, and someone who could be useful to the cause of the Inquisition, you'd be kept alive. However, there was a loophole, and I took that loophole, and managed to prevent your death, just to keep the secret from you for a few years. Had my peers had their choice, you would be dead.
I'm taking in this new memory. And then I say, what could possibly be worth keeping that planet alive, keeping those creatures alive? 3 of them have already managed to escape to 2 different worlds, Ro and Eridus Dire. One of them is still out there, we have no idea where. And because of that, another world could fall to the same fate as Ichthion. So what could possibly be worth 1 or more worlds being destroyed?
Firstly, there is the obvious answer that habitable Imperial worlds are rare enough to come by, that we should not simply throw away the few we have at the first drop of a hat. However, in this case, The sector governor didn't want to throw troops away into such a meat grinder of a situation as Ichthion would be, because of unfortunate political timing. Nonetheless, in this case, it was deemed that an exterminatus would normally be applicable. However, there is something very unique about Ichthion and some of the planets around that area. And I believe that they are very important to the current events and the recession of the warp storm, and I believe that they could be very important to mankind as a whole. I'm not going to throw that away so easily. I've been fighting tooth and nail to keep your planet from being exterminatus. And I will continue to do so, regardless of your feelings. I'm afraid this is bigger than just any one man, or 100,000, or 1,000,000 people. The fate of the entire sector could lie in the balance here. Should we be able to use this properly, maybe even it could benefit the Imperium as a whole. That said, I do regret keeping those secrets from you. But there is a difference between what I regret and what I can do and want to do, and what I must do as my role as an Inquisitor. I hope only you can understand.
I don't like it, but you are the authority on these matters. At the very least, it should be made sure that what happened on Roe and Eridus Dire can't happen again.
I've
These
made sure that the
blockades
patrols have
need
been
to look better.
doubled.
Hopefully that's enough.
Also, the lieutenant who sold the patrol routes has been handled.
You say there's people still alive down there. You mean real people?
Yes. We estimate there to be that many people who are still uninfected. We do occasionally get glimpses of sporadic fighting through the clouds of ash and dust that now permeate the upper atmosphere.
Emperor, help them.
Sadly, we cannot take anyone off the planet. It would be in breach of the quarantine and could risk further contamination. We do not have an easy way to detect those who may be infected or not. Hence the reason for the quarantine as it currently stands.
Well, I guess all I can say is that as soon as your work with the planet can be done, the job should be finished.
You would rather we exterminate it?
There's nothing left for anyone on that world.
Ooh.
Very well. He gets up. I believe you have one last question.
Actually, I thought I'd ask 3.
Have you?
I think he's asked them all.
He can't
Okay.
count. Just ask more.
I'm sorry, Branda. My age is getting to me. Should you wish, I can have you transferred out. Maybe permanently being under Khan's jurisdiction, if you would prefer to be stationed further away from my purview.
I'm fine as I am. Though I'm not that happy with Khan, to be honest.
I've been hearing that a lot lately. Is there something you would like to share?
I think you know it already. The business, the library world. This, Look down at the leg again.
It was important you came here. There was a research station that could have been saved and many lives. Your job will put you in harm's way more often than not. It's your job to be able to carry out that and look death in the face and know that you are doing the best for the Imperium.
I know.
Just make sure your life is not wasted.
I intend to make sure of that.
Unless you're telling me that Khan is wasting your life.
That's not for me to judge.
Very well. I have things to look forward to and look after on the station. I'll talk to you some other time, Branda. Get well soon.
Thank you, Inquisitor. I make the sign of the Aquila.
And he exits. Walks by Carolinus. Carolinus,
My lord.
hope the transplant went okay.
As well as it could be hoped. In fact, whilst it is generally a trivial enough operation, that went better than most. Branda seems to be well adapted to the Omniscience gifts.
That is good to hear. How are things with the acolytes? You have a unique perspective, considering you are not one of the Emperor's Creed.
Things are as one might expect, my lord. We are thrust into situations often dire. The grotesqueries of man are often part of our duty. We see the worst. Occasionally we see the best. The others are holding it up as well as can be hoped. Cassius particularly.
Interesting. Anything about your position with Ravan?
With yourself, my lord?
Any issues you have currently had working for him? Any miscommunications?
Did you mean to say Khan instead of Ravan?
Sorry, Khan. Sorry.
That's what I was thinking. It was like, my position with you, my lord. Khan is... and there's a noticeable pause. I doubt in terms of how easily someone could tell that Carolinus is trying to be as diplomatic as he can. This wouldn't even require a roll to see that.
Okay.
Carolinus is carefully editing his words.
Feel free to just put that pause into how you say it in future. Just.
Okay. Khan is particularly devout. He is single-minded, and in many cases that can be to the advantage in this particular line of work. However, it does lead to a certain inflexibility in our allow me to say that none of us, myself or the other acolytes included, wish to displease the Inquisitor. And we, of course, take into consideration our expected, or his expected, reaction when we are choosing our path forward. It does make certain otherwise advantageous routes less traversable. Something which Garrett clearly agrees with. Of all of my companions, Garrett is the most alike to Khan. They seem to work well together.
Interesting. Good to know. It is a sad fact that faith in the small-minded can lead to blind faith.
I cocked my head at that.
I appreciate your work, Carolinus. I appreciate your order, even if I do not quite believe in the same God as you.
I nod after a moment of consideration. There's nothing more to say on that, really. Mutual respect and all that.
Very well. Thank you.
My lord.
I will leave you to tend to Branda. I'll finish my
Of course.
work.
Very well. My lord, before you leave, how long will we be stationed here? Are we to leave shortly, or...?
In less than a week, I have arranged for a rogue trader to come past and pick you up to take you to your next assignment.
Excellent.
I will pass more information on about this shortly.
Very well, my lord. Branda should be well on his way to a full recovery in that time.
Excellent. As you were.
I nod and turn and head straight into the med bay.
Okay. Is there anything you want to do? Chat amongst yourselves for any reason, or...?
I would probably... See, I'm going to condense this because it would be something that Carolinus would broach over enough time to try and make it seem more subtle. But I would gently probe Branda to find out what that was about as I'm tweaking and making various adjustments to his leg.
I would...
No, do it in person. I want you to do it in person. With the understanding that you are slightly speeding this up because it's all taking place in one conversation.
Okay. So as I'm working on your leg, it seems that the Inquisitor has... Well, perhaps you carry a certain favor with him.
I wouldn't quite say that.
No? He seems to take more interest in you than the others.
There were some matters to discuss. It's been a while since I've seen him.
Indeed. Matters of a personal nature?
Somewhat, yes.
It's curious. I understand if you're in no mind to share, but of all of us, you seem to be the only one that has any prior, well, any true business with the Inquisitor. I get the impression that both Cassius and Garrett and myself included know him in passing. Of course, he recruited us, sometimes in person, sometimes not, but there seems to be something more akin to a bond between you two.
I've seen him little beyond our first meeting. I'm not sure how the rest of us have encountered him, but when it comes to Inquisitors, it generally seems to involve him bursting into the room chasing something evil.
And what evil thing was he chasing when he burst into your room, Branda?
Well, in his case, I believe it was an object. I never did learn what it was. In that case, he was more being chased.
Chased? I wonder what it is that could chase an Inquisitor. Usually it is the Inquisition doing the chasing, not the one being chased.
Well, sometimes these things can happen. How did you meet him?
I didn't. Not directly, not for quite some time, in fact. I was brought into the inquisitorial employ through chance, the guidance of the Omnici, you could say. I had certain knowledge over certain devices that many of my brothers would rather not be involved with. Some would shy away from it, in fact. But there is usefulness in knowledge, even. And as I say that, I kind of twist one of the bolts and dials on his leg. And he feels a sharp spike. Dangerous knowledge. And throughout this, I imagine like I'm asking him to do things, testing his reactions, making adjustments, that kind of stuff.
I'm just like moving the leg in response. How long till I can walk on this?
Well, if you were anyone else, I would say several weeks. That is to walk comfortably, but you seem to be adjusting to it quite well. A week, perhaps, until it feels like your own leg and not something you borrowed off someone else. There may be a necessity for me to make further adjustments, but I doubt it. And even if there is, this is a fine piece of work. Nothing extraordinary, but a solid example of the Mechanicus' knowledge in these matters. In fact, should you wish to seek further augmentation, again, you have adapted to it far faster than most.
Well, if our work carries on as it does, it may not be long before I require another leg.
But that is the thing. When you require something, you are willing to settle for second best. There are certain advantages to making the choice.
Will the Acolytes
willingly.
please come to the CIC? Will the Acolytes please come to the CIC?
Ding dong!
Ooh, what?
We're being summoned.
Well, I guess it's time to give this thing a test run.
I wouldn't
Right.
recommend running on it.
I attempt to stand.
And now you can use your old leg as a bludgeon.
Carolinus has apparently set it up first time so well. Yeah, you stand straight without any issue.
I put my weight on it and off it and give it a bit of a test, and by taking a couple of small steps. And I nod in approval and start walking mostly normally towards the door.
Yeah.
One thing, Branda, be aware of your surroundings. Previously, if you were to kick a piece of furniture, you would have damaged your foot. It would heal over time. Of course, at this point, you will damage the furniture, and that tends not to heal quite so well.
No, you just rub a walnut on it. It'll be fine. That's what the internet taught me. You just rub a walnut on any furniture and it fixes it. It's carpentry 101.
You spray lemon
That's
fudge.
the psychic furniture tree. Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, you
All
make
right,
your
so-
way.
We're in the CIC.
You make your way to the CIC. Ravan is there, and along with a load of other seemingly Navy personnel who are now manning the consoles, a few tech priests are going over things. Excellent, you're all here. Thank you for the job you've done here. It is a shame that Joseph and the rest of the crew did not make it off. But you did a very good job and you managed to take out a Dark Elder Raider, which is more than most in your situation could ever have dreamed of. Thank you and well done. You've done the Emperor's service. However, we have another job for you. It seems that there is an issue on Syria Custodes. Somewhere on this prison world, someone is manufacturing a highly illicit drug, which is being taken off world and being cut with a number of other substances. Now, the base chemical that they are producing on this planet is also used in several compounds that we use in the Inquisition for interrogations. We worry that, for a start, this is a pretty big operation to be able to move such drugs around, but we also worry about where they originate from. They are produced from a Xenos species, and are rarely used with the Inquisition because of this. However, because of this, they are also incredibly illicit. And this just makes their street prices of drug much more valuable. You may know of these street drugs as chill or zombie. The Inquisition's version is Veritas. It is part of a truth serum that sometimes is used during interrogations. However, it is rarely used because of its nature. The way this drug is produced is through a cranial parasite that infects its host. Then, by siphoning off some of the chemicals that build up within the brain of the subject, you can use these to turn it into a drug. Or at least it is one of the components of these drugs. This invariably kills the host. But to do this, you do need to be able to ingest the parasite within a host for a period of time. And you ideally would need a wide population to do it in. I believe this makes the prison world of Syria Custodes ideal for this. I want you to go find out who is managing this and shut it down. Now, you can use whatever cover you choose. You can go in as prisoners, you can go in as new guard rotation or whatever you want. Or you can go in with the full amount of Inquisition should you deem it necessary. I'll give jurisdiction's matter over to you. As per usual, Khan will be overseeing matters. The rogue trader, the Emerald Tigress, will be here in the day. This has reached the edge of the system and is currently on transit.
Get a big old grin when he says the Emerald Tigress.
It stopped by your last location to pick up any cargo you had left, just to make sure that you have got all your belongings. And a full manifest of all the items that were picked up is included here. I've also transferred the Sky Beast back over and given it a few licks of paint.
I quirk an eyebrow at this.
I hope it has flames on it. I didn't say that out loud, but out of character.
Just
I hope it
paint
has
it
like
red. It makes it faster.
T-Rex face
you
on
can't
the front
say
of
it
it where
unless it's out loud. That's a new rule. If it comes out of your mouth, it comes out of your mouth in character. Just like pooping and peeing yourself.
Comes out your mouth?
Yeah, that's
I think you're doing it
That's how
wrong.
Garrett works.
Look, You're wired.
Oh, he's
Cross,
from a
man. You
backwards
watch
planet.
South
Everything
Park.
is wrong.
I learned from South Park, okay?
Yeah.
Make sure your affairs are in order. You leave within next... He checks the data slate. 22 hours.
Did Ravon find the living book parts?
Not if he was looking in the Sky Beast, he didn't.
Oh, it wasn't in the Sky Beast?
Of course it wasn't. What kind of buffoon do you take me for?
I don't know. I don't know where you put it.
The plus side, we're like planets away from where it actually is right now, so I think we're in okay shape.
Okay.
Just gives it more time to feed.
Feed
He's
me
got, like-
more.
He's got little neighborhood children strung up from the ceiling, just bleeding into it.
There's gonna be like when you get back to wherever it is, there's gonna be a cult that you are the head of.
Just eating a city. This book with tendrils and it was such fun.
He hands
We
you a
might be
data
off
slate. Probably Cassius, he'd hand the data slate to, which contains a full manifest of all objects and stuff that you taken from your last planet that you didn't have with you. Gives you full orders and your ability to contact, say, Khan in need of, updates, etc. And also, you can be furnished with papers for whatever purpose of entry you want to this planet, forged by the Inquisition, that will be transmitted to you en route. Ravan promptly says his farewells and leaves the CIC to go continue his work. The upper section around the room has now been made completely off limits. And that is where he heads.
Once he leaves, and after any pleasantries or formalities, I would seek out my brothers in the Mechanicus just to discuss. Obviously check over that the member of the Mechanicus that I found here is going to be transported back and all that sort of stuff. Also to inquire idly about the necessary components for Servo Skull.
It has already begun, brother. We have already transferred the remains over.
Wonderful. I noticed that many of the augments on our fallen comrade were of particularly good quality make. It would have been a terrible shame that they had been lost to the Mechanicus.
Yes, brother. You wanted to inquire about the parts for the Servo Skull.
Indeed.
Make a requisition roll.
Ooh, wow.
What is a Servo Skull? -20? It's rare.
Yes, I believe that's -20, yeah.
So yeah, it'd be a -10.
Ooh, -10, wow.
You have to put together.
Please luck be with me!
No.
Oh!
I'm afraid we do not such things. On board, you will have to inquire elsewhere. I wish you luck in your further voyages.
Thank you. Same to you. Banging the mic. Stupid mic.
Someone in chat's going to take offense at that. So yeah,
Sorry.
you head away. Anyone else want to do anything before you go? Say goodbyes to Ravan. Anything else?
Hugs and kisses.
For those demanding that I fate it, I don't really think fate is an appropriate thing for requisition rolls.
Not really.
I don't think
I mean,
we've
you
ever done
can't
that.
do it off, like, in the requisition rolls between episodes. So I don't really think you should be able to do
Yeah.
it in requisition rolls on the episodes myself.
Basically, requisitions are you look in the guy's shop, and if he has it, you get it. If he doesn't have it, you don't get it. You can't fate whether he has it.
It's more connections, but yeah.
Mm.
Like, does he know a guy who knows
Yeah.
a guy?
But do you want to do anything?
I guess we would make sure to like at least make sure, let Ravarn know that we were leaving.
I'm gonna ask Ravarn if he has a flashlight. I'm just
Like-
kidding. But my point stands. He's like the only person in the Imperium that can requisition a flashlight.
There's got to be some like discarded glow globes or stab lights or whatever in.
Just
in
take
the
'em off
station.
the wall.
No, it looks like the Dark Elder were very careful to not leave any sources of light around for their dark and space
don't like
travel.
Oh,
light.
bloody
They don't
dark
like
elder.
light.
That's what they
They
did
love
for
the
like
darkness.
a solid week while we were on our way there. They're
Yeah.
like, well, we've killed everyone, but we're still here. I guess we'll just steal all the lights in case anyone else
It's okay.
turns up.
Steal? No, they just smashed him. They
Mm.
smashed
Let's
everything.
take the lights off of Sky Beast. All
Goes
the
without
ones that stay
saying,
outside
but
the
I
blink.
have moved the skull and the family dad's pistol into the Sky Beast. Just, you know, I imagine it goes without saying, but just to be certain of it.
Yeah, fair enough. Right, so does anyone actually go to say goodbye to Ravan?
Nah.
Nope.
I don't
I
think
thought
he
we
wants
would
to
all
be
go
bothered.
as a group and be like, we are leaving, sir.
I thought he
Aquila.
already...
Then
I don't know.
I
This is
know.
getting a little clingy with Ravan with all of us. It's getting a little... It's just... You know, sometimes you
I
need some space.
speak when I'm spoken to. I don't go looking for Ravan.
That's what I mean. Is
Ravan
like,
looks for me.
take the
fair
initiative.
enough.
Okay. So you all assemble at the docking port, and a large emerald, fluted with gold embossing cruiser moves in front of you and docks.
How much gold does it take to emboss an entire cruiser?
This is quite
It's
a
got to
lot.
be like a lot. Like
Yeah.
There's
that's-
many, many planets. Let's just say
I
quite a
just
few
like
of
how-
them have been degolded.
Just like how so often we need to get from A to B, and it's the Emerald Tigus. You know Ravan is paying this guy a lot.
So
and we can't even get a flashlight.
I know.
No,
These
that's
are gold-plated super servitors. What?
We got the pimp-ass Uber, though. Holy shit.
That's true. Uber
Just
Black.
remember, we could have traded the Jaquero for pretty much anything of our heart's desire, but someone went and shot it.
I'm about to trade that splinter rifle
Oh.
for anything I want on board. It's about to be amazing.
So the doors and leading you in through the gantry up to the entrance hall and the Emerald Tigress. Inside you get there. There's these big pillars down each side, sort of embossed with frescoes of battles long gone, massive mural on the ceiling, panels of some sort of exotic wood down each side, each displaying a different scene. And at the far end, little goatee and mustache entwined with sort of gold filaments, very lavish clothing and a big
Man.
green cape.
What a
with
boss.
with a tiger in slightly
My
darker
optical
green.
mecadendrite is paying very close attention to Cash's. It's just kind of, I'm memorizing that look. Because that look on his face right
Cash
now
is like, someday. Someday.
is basically envy mixed with hope. Childlike wonder and
Your
envy.
mecadendrite
That's
responds
what's
back that it recognizes the facial recognition as envy.
It's not envy, because my family's like the Medicis of a planet that we're on. Like, it's just like, I want to get back there.
Your family can be whatever it wants. It's still 1,000 years too young to even come close to this guy's level. I'm sorry. There's leagues, and then there's tiny little, high school football teams. Your family's on the high school football
Look,
team.
you don't understand, Avak. Here in the States, high school football gets like $100 million stadiums. Okay, they get all the money.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let me adjust that then. A British high school soccer team.
There you go.
British football team. But
And he throws his arms up and wide and goes, "Ah, you're back! Oh, it's been such a long time since I've seen any of you. Come. We have a massive banquet ready. I believe Lasari's been missing you dreadfully."
I smile. Like, well then, we need to see to that, don't we?
I bump shoulders with Carolinus and just mumble Slanesh. Always Slanesh.
And that word, I actually bristle. My
I don't even know what
Slanesh
Slanesh is.
No.
We had-
Garrett, I'm not sure you would know that name.
Oh, really? Okay.
You don't
I
have
was
in
I was
Lord
going to
War.
say, I mean, my knowledge of what might have given me some knowledge of the name. Regardless, it's a name that sounds extremely wrong on a number of levels.
Yeah, you
Fair enough. I
probably
would
And I
know
know
that
that
then. Oh, well.
Okay. I'll just undo
Heresy
that
to
because
even
that
know
was
I'll just say-
serious stuff. Like,
I'll
wow.
just say- Opulent excess is what I'll say.
That was genuinely like you just invoked the name of the devil on this ship.
No, relax.
No, I'm going back to the
Oh,
station. Bye. This is a doomed voyage.
Oh, Cassius, who said she was talking about you when she was missing you all so thoroughly?
Well, who else would we be talking about
I
here?
just look away.
Ah, Caligo, my man, you are such a cad. Come on in. Drinks all around, and one of the servitors comes forward. It's got little shot glasses on a little tray. This tray, of course, is again sort of crazy embossed with gold around the edge. This sort of silver tray reflects perfectly the ceiling with slight engravings on it, of very fine detail. A servitor, blank-faced porcelain mask. Each sort of bit of bionic around it is itself engraved. Drink?
Is there the platter of various narcotics as there was last time?
No, there's just 5 shot glasses. I don't know what you mean about this last time.
I take mine. It's time for some liquor. We almost got murdered by Dark Eldar. It's time for liquor. We're drinking.
I'll take one.
I'll, of
I'd
course,
take one.
grab one. Garrett's not shying away from any liquor.
To friends long departed. He downs his, bangs back on the tray.
I return the toast and then I drink.
I was saddened to hear about Seach. I assume you found no sight of him.
Lift a brow. You were familiar?
It seems I've let the liquor get the better of me. Yes, we met back in the day.
I glanced to Cassius.
That was another life, though. Anyway, dinner.
What was the name he
awaits.
used? I'm sorry, I missed that entirely.
Seach.
Oh,
The-
yeah, okay.
Basically, the warden, the chief. Of the
Yeah,
station.
yeah. I just missed the name.
So he takes you all towards the banqueting hall where you start dining, and these servitors again bring in a lavish meal of, effectively, one of them is actually some kind of lobster stuffed with turkey, stuffed with like some sort of pork.
It's a turducken.
basically like a really, really expensive turducken. And you have all these different kinds of meats and
You can't believe people
vegetables.
call it a turducken.
I'm so excited right now. It's a turpigin.
Piggin? Oh my god.
Well, strictly it's some kind
Well,
of weird,
it's
like Xeno lobster stuffed with some sort of grox, stuffed with some sort of other weird swine future thing. But yes.
like
Yes,
a
long
lobrig.
pig.
The future
Yes.
is great.
It is very tasty, and
Or pig lobster.
Lusari comes in halfway through and joins you, sitting across from Cash and next to Branda at the top of the table.
Are we
So the
sat
love
in the same
triangle
place? So I'm basically
continues.
next to Brander on the other side from
Yeah.
the side.
Yeah. No, sorry. We are now headed out of system.
At this point, have we been eating and drinking long?
Yeah, for about half an hour.
Okay.
So we're just getting started.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume that we've been on nothing but like turd rations the entire time we were on the station, since it was like a prison colony, anyways. And so I'm like double fisting turkey legs right now.
I thought I was going somewhere else, and I was very glad.
Like, you know,
whoever
like in
did-
Monster Hunter, where you
Wow.
eat the cooked meat. It's
Oh,
like
yeah.
that. It's just-
Such a good game, that one.
Yep. Your usual decorum is somewhat thrown out the window, and you are not quite
the,
as exquisite in your eating standards. That's correct.
Lusari joins us, and we're continuing on our way with the food. I talk across the table to the captain. So, Captain, have you been on any adventures in our absence?
Oh, yes, I've been on many, many great adventures, and I've also done some work too. I mean, I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you. I can't really
Actually-
say anymore.
There, glance. The Cassius and guys back.
What about you? Has your work taken you anywhere interesting?
Interesting, yes. Safe, never. Some of it has been quite enlightening.
I say,
Cassius, why don't you regale us with the tale of when you were shot in the arse?
not so much an
Cassius
interesting
Caligo
tale.
the 12th. You were shot in the arse?
I was indeed.
Tell
I
me
got a bit of
every
a
single
flush
bit
my
of
cheek
this
at the moment,
story.
And I grab for another thing, kind of chuckling to myself as I drink.
So I recount the tale of tracking down something or some nonsense in a library on behalf of the Inquisition and being interrupted during my trip to the bathroom by a gunshot to the ass from a filthy heretic betrayer.
He is chuckling all the way throughout this. That sounds the most excellent tale. You have got yourselves into a little bit of trouble in the meantime, haven't you?
It
Oh,
would seem
always.
so. Not
Branda
by
here,
choice.
more than
only
most
by
of us,
circumstance.
though. He seems to have fared a little bit better. And I jash it down. Why don't you explain the heroic battle you had against a stealthy Xeno where you lost your leg and have now joined some of the more enlightened members of our species in the embrace of the machine god?
As I eat a turkey leg, I look across the table at Carolina and I go, along those lines, you furnished him with a leg. I haven't seen my new Robo Cheek yet.
I laugh. Captain, do you happen to have a spare servitor that I could acquire robotic posterior from for our good friend Cassius here? I'm getting very fat. I haven't eaten in a while, and I haven't drunk in forever, and I'm doing both right now in excess.
May I recommend the Tadakan? And he points to another random assortment of meat on the table. Cassius, it must have bummed you out to be shot in the arse.
I just laugh. I laugh, a full belly laugh. I'm enjoying this conversation more than I usually do.
Yeah.
Anyway, what manner of Xenos was this, Branda, that managed to sneak up on you and divorce you of your limb?
Not without a fight, I might add, I say.
Really? You put up a fight?
You try to stifle a laugh, and I only end up dribbling a bit.
Man, vicious.
I just cover myself with more drinks so that I don't talk.
I thought absence made the heart grow fonder.
I've been sort of watching all this with some amusement of Carolinus being like not very Carolinus, and I say, well, I'm not so used to fighting in 0G. It didn't exactly help. As for what we were fighting, I think it's a similar case to you. We are perhaps not allowed to tell you. Perhaps if you were to ask the Inquisitor.
I speak out about. I say, what I will say is that the creature moved like a squid in water through the void. Slippery little bastard.
Not slippery enough.
True, and I raise a toast.
Oh, well, Brando, don't be a spoil sport. Give me a clue. Go on, then. I've probably met more than my fair share of Xenos in my time.
I raise a brow at that. And then as if thinking, yeah, it probably has, I just kind of chuckled to myself.
Well, maybe you have met them. They prefer the dark and the hunt. And they enjoy the pain of others. Though Garrett didn't give this one much time to enjoy the pain that I suffered.
Yes, I have encountered these before.
My mouth full of turducken, I say. We're also kind of invisible. You forgot that part.
That didn't help.
Well, in my experience, they aren't invisible so much. It helps to be actually
their
looking
eyes
at them.
open. I laugh.
Yes, I believe Carolinus has quite the right of it. But yes, I have encountered them before. And he raps on his chest, and you hear a slight sort of metallic ceramic clunk.
My optical mechadendrite, which is currently purveying the assortment of turducken and other various Xenos things, immediately turns like a bloodhound, just like is literally across Branda right now, just kind of looking over there.
Do you have a mechadendrite like all the way across the table, just being obnoxious?
Not that far, no.
Okay.
I have some restraint. I'm not completely sloshed yet. On my way.
I speak up and I say, well, Captain, on that note, I've got something that I think you would be very privy to see after we finish up dinner, of course. Now is not the time. With this delicious spread in front of us, we should obviously make best. We've been eating nothing but guard rations for the last several weeks, so you can understand our ravenous hunger.
Guard rations? Well, that will not do, will it, Cassius? No, at all. What have you been drinking? Hopefully they had some sort of rations of Amasek.
Repurposed water, mostly.
You do not want to know from
The
whence
piss of
it was
dead guardsmen.
repurposed.
With that, like, you're holding, like, your next, like, glass of wine or whatever, and he just goes along and knocks the wine out of your hand. Such wine will not do for someone who has not drunk properly in such a long time. Servitor, bring me the 34. And Servitor...
I raise an eyebrow.
I like to imagine he's saying the 34th millennium, not the 34th century, because that would be great. It's like,
That wouldn't be
I'm
wine
pretty sure that would
anymore.
just be vinegar. That would just be
That would
vinegar.
be awful.
come on.
It would be
Classy
literally
vinegar.
acid.
It would classy
Yeah.
vinegar, though. I mean, let's face it, people eat dessert with gold shaved on it just to show how wealthy they are. I'm fairly certain
Gold
some
slaughter.
would drink vinegar just to show how wealthy they were.
True, but
Ice bling. It's like ice cream with gold on it.
the servitor comes
Yeah,
back
excessive,
over with
man.
this bottle. You see slight, like, dust on the side of it, and pours a glass for everyone. A toast to good drink, good food, and even better company.
Here. I raise and I take a drink.
It is really, really nice. This is really... You've had some good wine in your time. This is definitely up there in the top 10.
This wine tastes of sunshine and happiness.
After tasting how good it is, I decided to keep an eye on Garrett for a while.
I'm noticing it's amazing, but I'm still stuffing my face.
I like that. I have noticed that it is amazing. It has caught my attention.
Well, if you would excuse me, I need to go back to transition to warp.
I stand up when she stands up.
She
I
sort of
salute her
stands
with-
up.
I look
She
up
notes-
at Cassius.
Yeah, she notices
I
you
see.
get up, and she's like, "Dumb boy."
I say it's only
That
July.
is my character response. Oh yeah, it's in binary.
I'm
at
just
that
waving
fucking
at-
this.
I'm just waving a turducken leg at her. That's all.
I sit down and I look to the captain and I say, and this right here is why manners are dying in our culture.
Cassius, my dear boy, she's only playing with you.
No, she's not. That is exactly
I was
what
smiling while I said it. I'm undeterred. I'm undeterred. I like the thrill of the hunt.
I know you are, Cassius.
Sometimes you got to bring out the hounds.
Suddenly, my expression goes a little bit more sober. I had no inkling that your family was that depraved. To each their own, I suppose. And I'm visibly disturbed.
I'm
Okay.
drinking and I'm full of food that is not the dirt that they feed guardsmen, so I'm happy.
Yeah, you
Water off
continue
the
drinking.
duck's back.
You will get quite happily sloshed. Is there anything you want to ask in particular?
Well, when we got some time, I was going to show him the splinter rifle. And I was
Okay.
going to see what I could trade it for, what he has on board and whatnot.
Very well.
Or just show it off. I don't know. We'll see how interested he is in it. If he's like, oh, that's lame, then I'm not going to say anything. But if he's like, ooh, that's super awesome, I'll be
That's
like,
lame.
"Want it?"
Yeah, I found it. It's one of Garrett's. I don't
Yeah,
know.
it's so stupid. I think I found it with Garrett stuff. Stupid shit. I don't like this stuff. Just trying to fit in.
Cassius
consummate
is like,
yes man.
I want to be the popular guy too. I want to be the dude. Oh man.
So yeah, you continue drinking for a while, and then you will retire to your rooms. The next day, Cassius, you
Oh, toughness.
go to show. You go to show Captain Julia, Horatio, Arge, Ren, Valentine the First to your splinter rifle to trade.
Yeah. I don't make that explicitly known right now. I just want to see how he reacts when he sees it.
Do you show it to him?
Yeah, as I enter, I say, speaking of what the fight last night, I gave away some of the other trophies of war to the Inquisitor so that he could have them archived properly, but this one here remains with me. Have you ever seen anything of its kind?
I'm afraid I have all too well, Cassius. That said,
This is where he has another PTSD episode, just like that guards woman.
Yeah.
You burned all bridges with him now.
that said, they
token
do
turns
trade
black.
for quite a sizable amount on the black market. Of course, I, as a renowned and well-known trader, would never stoop to trading such items. What do you want for it?
I'm very keen on this because Carolinas has one too, and we'll probably be doing exactly the same thing.
Well, I suppose I could let it go. What sort of oddities do you have on board? I mean, I also have scruples, but I'm not above picking the dead, so what do you have on board right now?
We have a cargo of fine incense, some other miscellaneousies, some circuit boards that I'm sure the Mechanicus are eager to get, and one of the trading routes that we've been tasked with taking them to. Mechanicus pay quite a good deal. We've got the odd bric-a-brac, odds and ends. You know, I tend to collect a load of junk here and there that you can sell. Certain exotic luxury items are, of course, very rarely needed, but when they do sell, they sell for a good price, such as this.
Would you happen to have any photovisors or corneal lenses on board? Anything of that sort? Unfortunately, my performance on our last duties for the Inquisition have made a glaring weakness apparent in my overall strategy, and something of that kind would help rectify the situation.
Photovisor or cornea lens?
Mm-hmm.
My dear Cassius, you have yourself a bargain. He just beckons over one of the servitors standing outside in the hallway that's there, to be able to butler for you.
Hooray!
Go collect them. And yes, take this to one of the hidden compartments. The servitor picks it up and heads away. Which would you prefer, lenses or a visor?
I should think that the lenses would probably be more practical
Very
given
well,
some of
we'll
the
get you a
environments
pair
we
of
tend to-
lenses. And I'm sure they'll be with you within the hour.
Thank you.
Okay. Caroline, do you want to approach him at some stage and to ask about similar?
I'm actually weighing up the idea of possibly approaching my my contacts within the Mechanicus.
I need to visit him then.
Oh,
I need to visit.
he's going to have a line of people just trying to offload the various bric-a-brac. This is fantastic.
I don't have anything to offload.
Woman would lead you.
Oh,
Is my photo visor a good quality photo visor?
that's not what you asked for.
You asked for a normal photo visor. Oh, what's the rarity on normal
Oh, did
photo
I?
visor?
Rare, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, they're scarce.
That's
So I
scarce.
figured, yeah, if we could go with the good one, it
Yeah,
would
no,
make it
you
a
would
little
get a
bit
good quality
more even,
one.
but-
He wouldn't completely rip you
Okay.
off.
Yeah.
Only a little bit.
But Cassius wouldn't know what that was worth anyways. It's like one of those things where you like pick it up off the ground. Whatever, I got something for it.
Yeah. Garrett, do you want to hunt down Captain Julius?
I do.
Okay, you bump into him in one of the hallways. Ah! Garrett, how are you doing today?
Oh, quite well, thank you. The drinks last night were fantastic. Compliments.
My pleasure. I'm sure I can have one of the servitors bring you a few more bottles.
Oh, you know me too well.
No
I wanted
problem.
to ask you. Didn't seem fitting in front of other company. Inquisitor Ravon seemed quite off yesterday, and granted, I don't know him well, but he sounded perturbed and he seemed extremely irritated with not only us, but just the entire situation upon that station back there. Do you know anything that might have caused this?
Oh, Garrett's asking the important questions here.
My dear Garrett, please let us adjourn to a side room.
No cider for you.
As you wish.
Gestures towards his office, and you snake your way through the ship, extending idle chat until you get to his side room that has the full-on bookcases down the walls and the little desk at the front and a little coffee table and a couple of wingback chairs. People underestimate you, Garrett.
I like that.
Very perceptive of you. Is there anything you would like to ask in particular?
No. It's just you've known Ravon much longer than any of us, and he seems to have a great deal of confidence in you. And I don't think any of us feel strongly one way or another about Inquisitor Ravon, other than we trust him. But I'm wondering if you know what has him so riled up about this station.
Make charm check.
Charm? Well, we're going to fail
Comes
this
the
one.
crit. Here it
It's
comes.
a 0.8 test, I think. There you go. I'm so
About as
charming.
far away from it as you can possibly get.
Yep. He winces
to my
at your
Sinisian's
enunciation
life.
and your poor wording in some places. Ravon is a complicated fellow. I'm sure that such a loss to the Imperium and the sheer weight of death and destruction that has gone on that station, from the sounds of it, quite frankly, it sounds like it's taking its toll on him.
Understandably so.
We knew Joseph back in the day. He used to work for the Inquisition for a short period of time, and I'm sure that he's just taking that a little bit harder than usual.
If you don't mind me asking, it has nothing to do with your current situation, but perhaps it could help ours in the future. That station was under some kind of attack. We're still not even sure what the specifics are. But have there been any other stations like it that you're aware of that have suffered a similar fate? Like, is this the first time you've seen this type of attack?
Well, I don't know all the details of the attack, of course, but from what I understand and what you said last night, it does sound fairly familiar. It sounds like a normal Dark Elder raiding party. They actually have these holographic fields that can change the look of their ships, and they pretend to be Imperial transports or frigates, and that slides by, and then they get close enough to be within visual range, and then they can do whatever they want.
Just shake my head. That is truly terrifying.
Very true.
Do you know of any safeguards against this type of not cloaking, impersonation that they do?
He thinks long and hard. Well, I know of one. Shoot them.
Big old smile on Garrett's face.
In all seriousness, should you have a very powerful Cyclone board, you may be able to reach far enough across the Gulf of Space that you can try and get a connection or some kind of reading off of them. They aren't human, and they don't tend to employ psychers for some reason.
Just going to take a note of that. Mental note for Garrett. Takes a couple minutes for him to figure out what he wants to remember. But the fact that there were psychers involved in this, and we didn't find any psychers, and the Dark Elders don't employ psychers. Try to remember that. Okay. I don't wish to hog all your time,
Don't worry
Captain
about it.
Julius. I do appreciate your talking to me in private.
Absolutely fine, Garrett.
And the wine. And the wine.
It's always nice to have someone, Lord, who enjoys the finer things in life.
Indeed. Thank you again. And I head out.
Okay. Anyone else want to hit him up?
I want to check the Sky Beast. I want to see how it's doing.
Sure. Yeah, the Sky Beast is there. It's doing pretty good. You check it over. It looks like it's been given a little lick of paint. It looks like any damage to it that might have been caused has been fixed or welded. There are a couple of new hull plates in some places. It looks like that a little bit of armor has actually been added. Not much, but these sort of disposable, sort of ablative carapace sheets have been attached in a few places to the underside of the belly and across some of the larger sections of the hull.
Does it still have the turret?
It didn't really have a turret before, but it does have the
dome.
glass dome, yeah.
The dome, yeah.
I look happy with the work. Approving nods and such. Everything seems fine.
Okay. Carolinus, you would notice that from amongst the equipment and stuff logged, as you didn't really have a chance to leave under the most preparatory of circumstances when you left for the station, you notice that along with a lot of the stuff that's been dumped in the cargo bay, picked up from the last planet, was in fact a shipping container. As it was registered in your name. No one seems to have noticed anything other than it is a shipping container.
Okay.
And it's not completely out of the ordinary for Mechanicus to haul around a load of tools with them, etc. So
And where's that at the moment?
it's in one of the bigger cargo bays down the bottom.
Oh, okay. Fantastic.
Okay. Anyone else want to do anything before you get to Surrey Custodes?
I guess requisitions, but that's going to be later.
Cool. Do you want to plan what you want to do for your...
I was going to say, at some opportunity, Caroline's would seek the attention of the captain, specific to ask about the availability of a certain item that he's interested in.
Okay. Sure. You ping Captain Julius, and a few hours later he comes down to your cabin. Carolinus, lovely to see you again. How are you doing? I hope the journey...
Doing well, Captain. Thank you. I wasn't quite expecting you to come to my cabin in person, but thank you very much.
Anything for a friend of Ravan, don't worry.
That is very good to hear. Captain, there are, of course, certain items that would be of extraordinary use in our future investigations. Stay with me. One of the ferrets managed to climb up on top of her cage where she really shouldn't have been able to get, and she couldn't get back down.
Yes,
And
I
like
know
a
all
Duke
about
Drive, sometimes dumb.
these tribbles. You
Sometimes
have to
very
keep on
dumb.
top of them, or
Come by. Specifically, I am interested in cerebral implants.
these things are, well, they're a little bit more specialized than I'm used to dealing with. I can certainly put out some feelers for you.
It would certainly be appreciated. I feel that I would better be able to serve my companions and, in fact, the will of the Inquisition, were I able to think a little faster on my feet.
As far as I'm aware, these things are very rare, if not more so.
Indeed. Indeed. Of course, I wouldn't make such a request without an intention of trade. And at that point, I draw out both the splinter rifle and the poison dagger I have. I acquired these items on our last investigation.
Do you guys just have some sort of armor you've brought with you?
Wow. When you eliminate as many foes as we do, sometimes their belongings happen to end up in our cargo bay.
So you want the brain implants, which are what? They are minus 40?
Good cerebral implants, yeah.
Good is minus 40.
I forget what one is minus 40? Like what name
Extremely
is that?
rare.
Because I know the name. No, these would be higher than that. The good qualities become near unique. They're very, very
Yeah,
rare.
the splinter rifle and the poison blade will not help you at all with requisitioning these. Effectively, it's like, look, I need to buy something worth £100. Would it help if I throw in this 1 penny coin? Like, it's effectively like that sort of level of, like, he's
Okay.
like, I can have a look. This is tough for him to trade with. And you're offering him a very rare item, which is a minus 30. The rules themselves are that you need to have a rare item to get a bonus on the test. So you're missing a big gulf there.
That's unfortunate. I wasn't aware of what rarity they were. That's hence the RP, so it makes sense.
See, I don't feel bad now. If it was very rare for a rare, and I didn't even have to make a skill test, that's like fantastic. I'm good now.
Of note, would it matter my connections?
Not through him, because you're
That's a
asking
shame.
specifically through him rather than your connections with the Mechanicus.
Okay.
Like, that's why you have the bonus of Mechanicus. But yeah, okay, so anyone else want to do anything on the voyage, or are you good to skip ahead? You do need to plan how you're going to present yourself to Syria Custodes and start investigation, and what sort of front you want to put on when you get there.
We would have to have a look at the files first to see what the best front is. I'm definitely not going the prisoner route because that removes all power and we're already deniable assets. And so we're definitely not going that way. That's a horrible plan.
What if we implant Carolinus as a prisoner? He can hold his own in a prison riot.
Yeah, like one person into prison would work, but the entire group without our credentials in prison is just seeming like
Wouldn't
a
make
really
much
shit
sense.
idea. It's a bad plan. We are already super secret agents that are deniable, so it's like,
What happened if you put a tech priest in a prison?
I'm pretty sure it's like the beginning of a joke or something. What happens if you put a tech priest in the prison?
Like, would they take away his mechadendrites?
He can pick up all the drops, so?
I would suggest that we have a look at the data slate and we get all the pertinent information down for what it is we're supposed to be doing and what leads they've furnished in the first place before we come up with any real plan.
He gave you the data slate.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is as a group we should go through it.
Okay, I'm banging on Cash's door.
Come in.
And Garrett enters with a bottle of wine and 2 glasses.
This is how you come up with the best plans. Okay.
This is where it all starts. Like, got plans for the evening?
Cassius, yeah, I wanted to start looking over, what is this place called? Sire Custodes. Have you opened up the data slate yet?
No, not quite. I was hoping we could all come together to do this. Is everybody else close enough for my micro V to work, or is it just too much
I think
space?
we're all quartered in similar locations.
Okay, so I micro V'd in that Garrett and I are having a first look at the information for the next mission, and we'd love to have further company and input.
I make my way there over the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'll go straight there.
As Cassius turns on the data slate, I uncork the bottle, pour a glass.
My hand almost as a reflex extends outwards when I hear
it's placed
wine
right in
bottle.
your hand.
There we go.
I
So I
pour
begin
another one for
sipping
myself. I only brought
and
2
going-
cups, but whatever.
There you go. And I start going through the information about the mission.
Okay. So Sire Custodes is a penal world, which means the entire world is given over to the effective maintenance of it as a prison facility. The world itself is barely habitable. In fact, if you're outside for too long without a rebreather or preferably a vac suit of some kind, you would eventually die. There is a compound in the air which is a little bit too acidic and it will eventually erode your lungs. The air itself there is a little bit too dense as well, so it will eventually cause some long-term damage. Other than that, there is enough oxygen in the air that should you process it correctly, etc., blah, 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 you could breathe. Standing outside, the world is slightly heavier than usual. There'd be a certain more pressure on you from the higher atmosphere. But other than that, you can walk around, etc. The issue is just long-term breathing in the atmosphere. Or, maybe 10 minutes or more than 5 minutes, your lungs would start to deteriorate. Other than that, it is split into 5 sections with an orbital station. The sections are Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, and Epsilon. Alpha is a section of caves where effectively they just dump prisoners, and then they occasionally just dump in food. Rather than keeping them enclosed or anything, it's a very cheap way of just chuckle the prison into the mines that used to be there and then just leave them to their own devices. Consider it pretty much a free-for-all. Beta is effectively kind of like an open prison, and it's a lot more lax. It's very much a sort of prison, but a lot of the stuff that the people there are people that you can trust would come back, etc. People who aren't going to be a lot of trouble. They can effectively wander around within the sort of pressurized domes there fairly at will. Even occasionally being able to move outside limited sort of space. Gamma is a prison with a load of manufactories attached, which is used sometimes to take more of the able-bodied prisoners too, who are capable of being trusted enough in such environments to be able to help with the manufactory work. The mines have been sealed for quite a while, so no longer do they mine any produce here and then use that to manufacture stuff. Instead, they just manufacture stuff with off-road shipments. It's a lot of very basic stuff like producing basic parts of, say, battle tanks, etc., that sort of stuff. Nothing too finessey. They produce the hulls and stuff themselves. Delta is a MaxSec prison. It is marked as MaxSec, very high security. And then Epsilon is actually just off limits, marked as a... I think it would be marked something as along the lines of special designation.
Would that be isolation or some other kind of thing?
Your information that you have currently accessible wouldn't necessarily say. You can ask for more information on this. This is effectively all the information you can dig up and stuff, etc. But you can ask for more information on this should you wish to do so. However, it may reduce your subtlety because you're accessing very classified files.
Okay. Upon going through that first information, now I'd like to look and see what our objectives are, specifically what the Inquisitor expects us to accomplish. We know this has to do with drugs, and he wants us to figure out the manufacturing and all that kind of thing. But has he given us any leads specifically to chase down, or has he just given us the whole planet to canvas?
So effectively, the primary goals are to find out who is producing and working on these drugs, specifically because they want to find out who's got the cranial leeches, who is breeding their cranial leeches, shut that down, wipe out all the cranial leeches possible, because they are a Xeno threat, and they are not great. You put them in someone's brain, and they do bad things. And then to be able to prosecute or just kill whoever's responsible. Now, of course, the more people you can get to actually stand a trial, it just looks better for the Inquisition. That's great, but you can just kill them. Summary judgment is within your power, as per normal.
Since it's just me and Garrett there now, has everybody arrived?
Carolinus and Branda do make it there shortly. Within the wine is still in the bottle. Put it that way.
Okay.
Well, I see if the slate has any information about what the symptoms of these parasites are.
Not bad. Good call.
The only noticeable, obvious one is extreme susceptibility to being persuaded to do things. You become very suggestible.
Is there an environment where the leeches will survive outside of a host? Like where they're born and where they're raised? Like, is it cold? Is it warm where they're from? Like, what kind of environment do they prefer?
That information is not really available. It looks like, effectively, it's not really covered. No one really knows. There is some suggestions and musings that it may be possible to grow them in a vat of some kind. Some sort of mass spawning is suggested that maybe they do natively. But most of the actual experience of these cranial leeches has come from sort of the end result, or from people attempting to mass breed them in vats, etc., to get more cranial leeches to be able to use. The actual end products that effectively the people are manufacturing is the drug that is then born inside of someone's head when the cranial leech releases a load of pheromones and enzymes and stuff to be able to try and make someone extremely susceptible and to live inside there. They just let the leech sit in there for a few days, and then they can harvest the stuff from the person's brainstem.
Does it enter through the ear, or like what orifice do you put the worm inside the host through?
It seems to suggest that the worms are capable of burrowing, but it doesn't really go into any more detail than that.
Okay.
So perhaps it leaves a mark.
Seems possible. I'd be willing to bet you would know if something was burrowing through your head, and there'd be some indication left. Physically, anyway, some kind of wound.
Maybe a surgical implantation.
Okay. Well, we need some kind of cover if we're going down to investigate this. My suggestion is that we reprise an old roll that we've already done before from when we went to Arnhouse, and we go to the Manufactorum under your guide, Carolinus, and we say that we're from the Mechanicus there to do checkovers of the machinery, essentially. It seems like the obvious place to start, unless anyone else has any complaints. I'm not really too keen on being dropped into maximum security or into a penal cave without any credential or means to control people.
That worked on Arnhouse due to a specific set of circumstances, the high presence of my brotherhood on that planet. I do not feel that a lone member of my order with a retinue of ragtag mercenaries would be as easily concealed here. This is a secure facility. They will be on high alert.
Okay. Well,
would it be
perhaps
possible to fake our documents to say that we are guardsmen or janitorial people of some kind?
Or perhaps I add members of the Ministorum there to simply collate and collect numbers, figures, bureaucracy, essentially. That would give us access to all the things we need, since no one would turn away the Ministorum in a place like this. This is specifically a place where the Ministorum would have an active presence.
If you feel that you're able to acquire suitably well-forged documentation, then this does seem to be one of the better routes to travel down.
And as far as the sectors, where should we infiltrate first? I think the cave idea is right out. I would just take that one off the table right now. If we have a way in, I'd like to have a way out. And that does not seem to leave us a whole lot of exit strategies.
Is there any indication on the data slate as to where they think the drugs are coming from? How they think that it's from the planet in the first place, maybe?
Process of elimination, effectively having a large number of people in a controlled circumstance where you can sort of go through a lot of attrition and no one will really notice. It's
So
the
there's
only one in
no
the subsector.
record of ships flying off the planet with strange shipments or anything.
Well, not really, but then again, the chemical itself, you don't need very much of it. You could just hide effectively like a few milk bottles on an entire ship. It'd be very, very hard to find. It could be any ship. That's the problem with hauling very small amounts like that. It's very hard to find them.
Perhaps that might rule out the cave option simply because I don't imagine any ships ever leave there. Apart from the ones that have delivered something, and they probably do so where the prisoners can't get to them. Otherwise, I imagine prisoners would probably tear the ships apart as soon as they landed.
And I would also add that if we go in as the Ministorum, we would have access to the Chroniclarium and all of their shipping records and everything else anyways. And so just like we did on Eridus Dire, we would be able to cross-reference ships arriving and leaving anyways. And so I don't think I agree with Brander, there's no reason to go to the cave.
The only place that seems an obvious point of hiding this type of export would be the manufacturing section. So that's probably going to be our first place to check. They're producing some type of off-world products. So this is the best place that they're going to have to hide these drugs. And that'll lead us somewhere.
I'd be willing to bet that it's either there or it's in the Forbidden Zone, since the Forbidden Zone, I smile a bit as I look down at the tablet, seems like an obvious place to hide forbidden substances.
It could be.
But
It's
I'm in
concerned me
agreement
that
with
such
Brander
a
and
zone
Garrett.
exists. It's possible that if that is the source of the drug, that those in charge of the prison are in on the conspiracy as well.
Indeed. Have a care for the mechanisms, the rooms, the tools, the energy required to run incubation. These are unlikely to be things that prisoners can easily acquire without the guard's knowledge.
I agree with Carolinus. It's likely that someone with authority is in charge of this operation. Perhaps they came across the worms and decided to use them to make the prisoners a tad more obliging, and in the process figured out that they could also extract the material and ship it off for a tidy sum, on top of making their workload easier. It seems like a likely scheme.
That had crossed my mind. It's a dangerous prospect to assume the use of a parasite to control a prisoner, and yet that seems as likely as any other suggestion.
I agree. What does a guard captain want? He wants obedience from his wards. And if they won't give it willingly, perhaps he found an outside-the-box way to do it.
And to profit
We
from
do
it as well.
assume that the guard are a part of this, and honestly, I do not believe that we can afford to assume that they are not. And it does make our alibi, our credentials, a little bit more difficult. The assumption that they would not turn away a member of the administratum is quite likely true. But that doesn't mean that they need to make it easy. Or that accidents might not happen if we start asking the wrong questions of the wrong people.
How much power do you think it would take? It says here, it suggests that they be bred possibly in vats or something along those lines. How much power do you think that sort of hardware would draw? Because if we can access their power records...
It is very difficult to say. It is very difficult to say without a thorough knowledge of the requirements, the incubation requirements of these creatures. It could be as little as a little daylight and warmth. It could be as much as dedicated generators, churning up nutrient paste, feeding it into artificial wombs. I couldn't tell you. I know nothing of these parasites. But perhaps if we could acquire further knowledge, I could make a more educated guess.
Certainly. In order to go along with our ruse, if we are going to take the guise of members of the Administratum, we would have to talk with our dear captain and see if he could furnish us with parchments, auto-scribes, that sort of thing, because without them, I doubt that we'll pass for being members of the... Have you ever seen a member of the Ministorum who wasn't carrying around all kinds of inks and quills and books and things of that kind? I've not.
There are going to be difficulties. Not least, my presence. whilst certain that I could be there as a servant of the Administratum. It is perhaps fortunate that Brander has recently lost a leg. If a member of the Administratum were to require the services of the Mechanicus to ensure that a recently acquired mechanical limb not go awry, it's a little easier to explain my presence as a personal physician, certainly an easy alibi for me to work with.
Absolutely. I'm in agreement there as well. I think this plan is coming together.
Okay. That is probably a good place to end it then for tonight.
Agreed.
So, you're planning to hit up Sere Custodes and infiltrate your way onto a penal colony. That's going to be all kinds of interesting next episode. So,
Indeed.
do you want to pimp out what we're doing Wednesday and our Patreon before we say goodbye?
I think we do. Because it's gonna hurt my ego if you guys don't come hang out on Wednesday. I'm gonna be like, but EE show is better than mine now. What? So on Wednesday at 1 o'clock Pacific time, we're gonna be doing some D&D. You guys have been very, very generous with the show, and one of the rewards for that was a second showing a week. And so now we're playing D&D, where I am the DM, and the players include Enter Elysium for the first time.
Not to add any additional stress to you, but I happen to know there's quite a lot of people who intend to come watch that who don't watch Dark Heresy because their personal preference in game setting do not align with the dark 41st millennium, but they're extremely eager for D&D. So
no pressure.
No pressure. But if you fail, there's people you don't even know who are going to be disappointed in you. There's levels of disappointment, and then there's disappointment in
At this point, the hype is too high. But do show up to watch us fail spectacularly.
I haven't GM'd in like 10 years, so this is going to be really, really interesting. We'll see how this goes.
I'm sure it'll be fine. The practice session was fun, so...
Practice session was really fun, yeah. Especially
but aside from that, if you wanted to add more bonuses, like we've got cosplay coming up next, and then after that, we've got tabletopping in person in the UK. That's where we were going, correct? So we could actually have everybody in the same house playing games. If you wanted to contribute to making that happen, you could do that through patreon.com/roll4it.
If I got the house I'm going for, is a 5-bedroom house with a sauna.
Yeah, buddy. Buddy.
Are we gonna be streaming from the sauna? That'd be amazing.
Yeah, we're gonna
just all sat around our towels. Roll for it.
No, you do realize that Twitch's rules, we have to wear tops, so we'd be boiling to death.
Yeah. I'm letting you know. Sorry. I'm going to be on that Buckminster the entire time I'm there. I've always wanted Bucky, and I'm going to find out. Burn down the Who's Juice. Who's Juice?
No, Bucky. Who told you this? This is bad.
It's on. It's Stejo's fault. It's on. He was like, you got to get Bucky. And I'm like, oh, we're getting Bucky now. Let's go.
No. So bad.
Who's Juice?
Oh. So yeah, there's cosplay and possibly an in-person show, which will be interesting. That'll be so many things to set up for that, but you know, that's a goal. So yeah, that'll be fun. And of course, Wednesday, do come along Wednesday. I'm really looking forward to actually giving her a chance to hand over the reins to Splat and see how that goes, and get to try out being a goblin for a little bit of a change. Which is also, by the way, a race that appears in the new Volo Monster Guide, which is coming out from Dungeons & Dragons on, I believe, Tuesday. And they kindly let us have a... Yeah.
Super early.
And we got like a quick early look, and I was like, you know, Splat said that goblins exist, so I'm going to play a goblin, despite the fact that I should, like, typically play a half-elf for all the crazy overpoweredness. But, who doesn't want to be small and green, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
everyone,
you get to do the voice.
Who doesn't mean small and green, eh? You get to like eye down the things, and you get to be like really small, and that way, when people are trying to like shoot you, they're like, oh, I'm gonna shoot the big guy first, and you get to fuck off because you're a tiny little goblin, and no one's gonna like worries.
And you get Fury of the Small.
I can't talk about what's in it until like Tuesday.
I didn't. Oops.
It's amusing though.
Shh. But yeah, so that will be Wednesday. So yeah, come check that out. We also got a character generation video where we do like our full-on charge end, and it takes like 3 hours because we talk a lot.
We're not allowed to talk anymore.
Yeah, that
We're
comes
gonna
out
have to save all of our
Tuesday.
talking for a podcast, separate show.
Yeah. Would it be a good idea to just quickly introduce our characters, like very like what we are as effectively our name and our class and race, just to get people hyped? Or do we leave that to Wednesday?
Yeah, let's leave it to Wednesday.
I think they're hyped enough. Holy
Yeah,
shit!
true.
You give them a teaser, they're gonna be expecting us to be like the best people ever.
Yeah, so no pressure splat. Anyway, so until next week, Avak, what are you doing? Where can we catch you?
Well, I'm currently on Twitch and YouTube with /Avac and Twitter with the Twitter handle down below.
Oh, the one with the underscore.
Yes, indeed, the one with the underscore. And I am currently playing through Stardew Valley, recently started Civilization 6, and continuing with RimWorld. And I'm probably going to be finishing off Zombie Night Terror very soon. All the house hunting, taking a lot of time, unfortunately. Also, Factorial multiplayer with Bentham and some other friends. It's going very well, I think.
Bentham, what are you doing? Where can people catch you?
All right, I am at Mangled Port Gaming on YouTube and at Bentham Plays on Twitter, and I'm playing Factorio and Rodina as always and forever. And new episode of Towns coming out maybe tomorrow. That's Factorio Towns rather than the game Towns, which is also a game. At the moment, it's all about building walls. I can't seem to escape that it's all about building walls.
That seems topical. Anything else?
And the Factorio multiplayer series with Avac and so on. Of
Cool.
course.
I
Which is
fear
the,
getting into that game.
Like quadruples my episode rate because I never make videos because I'm terrible.
You're on the show though, which means like you're
But
automatically
you show
awesome.
up for the stream, so that's good.
I know that's hours of video time. That counts.
It's the best video time.
It counts.
Splat, where can we find you and what did you do?
You can find me on YouTube at Splattercat Gaming, youtube.com/Splattercat Gaming. Currently playing Tyranny, playing a little bit of Owlboy, playing a little bit of Clockwork Empires. Got some fun stuff going on. I finished up a Shadow Warrior 2 finally. Going to be finishing up Masquerada pretty soon as well. But other than that, pretty excited about coming to the UK and getting on that Buckfast, son. I'm
my
enthusiastic about it. We don't have that here. I need to find out. I need to have the experience.
You don't. You really don't.
The Buckfast experience.
No.
I'm going to show up at your house and I'm just going to be like, ah! Before I even get in the
That is what I'm worried about, yes.
Oh dear, this could go so badly wrong.
Indeed, it could. That's the problem. It will. If it can, it will.
Shen, who are you and where can we find you?
Hello there, my name's Shen. You can find me on youtube.com/Shenner2 and twitch.tv/Shenner, where I've been playing a lot of Transport Fever lately. It's a lot of fun. It's like Transport Tycoon Deluxe, but with
a high
updated
temperature?
graphics. Yeah, high temperature, no. Still poking at Stellaris with the Leviathan update and Civ 6 because it's fresh and new and I'm enjoying it.
Sweet.
Awesome. What about you, E?
Oh, thank you for asking, Avak. That's very kind of you. You can catch me over at twitch.tv/Enter I believe we are playing every Saturday, and I think we're going to be doing Hearts of Iron Great War mod, since that's the first one that just came out, and it's kind of topical since this is Remembrance Sunday, and Armistice Day was Friday, also Remembrance Day. And I'm also playing on the channel. I've got that VOD going up in parts. I've also got Millennium Dawn mod. I'm just doing a quick trial let's play with that, playing as the United States, where Trump's won, and we are about to launch an invasion of Iran. Because it's kind of hard, because I picked a mod where I started in 2016, and kind of everything's very set, and the problem is NATO is very large, so there's not many people I can attack. So I've got a choice of China or Iran, and Iran's a little bit easy to pick on. As well, I'm playing the Stellaris Leviathans because that's amazing fun, and also Tyranny because that's a lot of fun. And I think I'm also playing Civ 5 with Biffa doing multiplayer because I don't have enough series already. At some point, I've also maybe tempted to do a Factorio series, and I know that people have been shouting at me to do that, including Avak. I mentioned briefly on Twitter going, I might do Factorio. And Avak hit me up immediately on Skype. Was like, "Did you say Factorio?"
Indeed.
I was
You
like,
know,
"Oh, no."
someone's gonna clip that where EE says, "And next we're going to invade Iran."
So how
Well-
evil have you been, Tyranny? Like, how evil have you gone?
I've gone kind of lawful evil. I'm like trying to just get the lay of the land before I start doing my real evilness.
Yeah.
People in my comments have been like, "Why you should be like bashing people's heads in left, right, and center." It's like I'm not really able to bash in Archeon's heads because they're kind of badass, but I will soon. We'll build up to it. What
That's
about
like
you?
I've gone Judge Dredd with it. Like, there is only the law, and I am its arbiter. You know, like essentially, I've got like an Adeptus Arbites thing going on right now, where it's
Nice.
like, I rule on something and you listen. I don't care how powerful you are, because I am the voice of whatever the hell that
I
guy's
am the law.
I am the law.
That
It's a
movie
bit of
was
a
so
power
bad.
trip, but it's cathartic.
Oh, the Stallone
It
one
really
was
is.
horrible. The
But
recent
the with
one
Carl
though, that
Urban
was pretty good.
amazing.
It was amazing.
Shot.
I loved it. He never took his helmet off. He was always scowling. Oh, it was so good. Frowning rather.
Yeah, the recent one
That
was
was really good.
amazing. It's such a shame that it bombed at the cinema.
Oh, I know. I was gutted about that. 'cause
It
I
did
was
so
like,
well
"I
on
want
DVD
more like
though,
this."
but they'd already said, "No, we're not going to do a second one," basically. And it was like, "But the
Such a
DVD
shame.
sales, look, it's doing so well."
Such a shame because it did
And it's
so
always
well.
on the most popular on Netflix. If you go to the most popular movies, it's always on there. Because it's
It is
amazing. It was a
amazing.
really good action movie. It was an
Yeah.
amazing action
It's
movie.
like it's got a decent enough script for an action movie. Like in terms of action movies, it's actually a really good script. It's a
I mean, I
really,
think-
really well shot. Like I would watch that over and over again just for the cinematography. Like,
yeah, the
it's so
cinematography was
well
good with
shot.
the drug use and everything.
And the
yeah.
character was represented so well, so faithfully. I feel the character was represented. The
Yeah.
only thing he lacked was the gigantic jaw, yeah, that's fine. We can give that a pass because everything else about the way he portrayed the character was spot on. Like
The only,
really
the only thing
spot
that
on.
isn't accurate is the Four Horsemen. But
Well, the
that's
thing
kind of
with the
analogy.
giant, the thing with the giant jaw is that like Ron Perlman can't play everything. You know, like he needs some time off every now and again. So
Why? But why? I want Ron Perlman to be every actor. Damn it!
So does he.
But Dread is awesome. There we go. That's your homework for this week, people. You can go watch Dread again.
yeah,
Yes.
you won't regret it. Hot shot.
Unless
It's
you're
not
under
like we
18, in
have-
which case we totally don't recommend you watching it at all because it's totally not applicable for you.
Against the
No.
law, you will be.
Yeah.
You will be found guilty. You'll be in the tanks.
It'll be 10 days in ISO cubes.
Yep.
Anyway, so yeah, by the way, thank you very much to these people down here who subbed at a certain level on Patreon or above. They are doing an amazing job. Splat, you're just pointing at your name.
Yeah, I think they're over there.
you're looking
Is
at
that,
your
that
dick.
right?
Yeah, that's the right
Or is it
way.
The other way.
Shen's got it.
Wait.
Shen's got it.
I don't know.
Uh,
It's that way. It's that way. It's over
yes, yeah, right. So thank you very much to
find
all of our
is,
Patreon
like-
people who make this possible, and of course you've made the second day possible.
No, down there.
Yeah, yep, there we go. And also possibly even cosplay, which we're moving towards very close to cosplay, so I'll be really looking forward to being able to do that. And then I can dress up as a goblin. Basically, I want the excuse to wear more armor. Anyway, thank you very much for watching.
Doesn't show up like Blix from Legend. I'm just going to be terribly
Oh,
sad.
I know exactly what I'm getting for armor. Like, when I wrote my character description, I got pictures and stuff, so I went on the armor blogs that I used to look at for, like, smithies and stuff, and I know exactly what I'd get. Don't worry.
You don't need art. It could just be a picture of you dressed up.
Yeah, totally.
I think
totally.
that would be good.
I'm down for that. But yeah, anyway, thank you very much for coming along. We'll be back not just next week, but also this very coming Wednesday at 9 p.m. GMT, 1 p.m. PST. That is 1 hour
Mark it on your calendar.
later.
Set your phone
usual.
alarms and all that sort of stuff.
You should also do
Bing,
that. But
bing,
that's 1 hour
bing, bing, bing,
later than
bing.
usual. So just bear that in mind. And then, of course, Wednesdays we are at the normal time slot. Sundays we're at the normal time slot of 8 p.m. GMT.
Well, Wednesday is
and,
the exact same time when Shadowrun used to be, so it's
Yeah.
technically a normal slot.
Yeah, although we've got more people now than when we had Shadowrun because
That is true.
Sundays. But yeah, come check that out. It's going to be amazing fun. Totally looking forward to that. And also, we've got a fancy new overlay and everything that I made, and it looks really awesome. I'm totally looking forward to showing
It
people
does
that.
look good.
Yay!
It does. It looks really good. I like it.
Anyway, until next time, just remember to roll for it.
Take care, everyone.
Hey!